don't even like put themselves on the line. Like the guy should have said I killed him, and then that was it, and then just shut up. It should have been one of those dilemma cases. Like you proceed with the case and like get the real culprit, but like so basically they drugged everyone except the crew just to put this person on board, and then no one like tries to save her at this point. So dumb. Yeah. It was such a shit case. There's so many like plot holes or like bizarre like decisions made. Yeah, I'm gonna draw in Russian. Look at the wardrobe. Oh, okay. Imagine drugging every passenger to let one person on the ship and then like botching it anyway. Okay. And then we execute a poor 15-year-old while you guys clap. Damn you people! As she hangs. Justice is served, sir. Poor Boo Radley hanging right beside her. And you guys are clapping as the guillotine slices through. Damn you! Yeah, there's not even a dilemma. It's so poorly written, that case. Oh, and you can apparently write in Russian on the ground, but you can't fucking find the bell in the dimly lit room. Alright. Turn up game sound. I think the game sound's muted right now for a little bit. Episode 3. The runaway room. Boo!
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident, "I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude. The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together."
Do 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 do.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Christ, this random.
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Britain doesn't have the same sway as USA.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Of course we're gonna get scammed. That's
Thought
how the
so.
job works.
Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
When was Industrial Revolution? Was it 1816 onward? So it's like, is this 40 years after? I'm trying to remember the exact years. Because yes, he would be mugged, I guess, in the early Industrial Revolution. I'm assuming it was a shithole early on. I'm assuming it got better. Lord Chief Justice Office. Well, maybe if the Ottomans didn't keep losing territory, and I don't even know what the Ottomans did with their lead. Ottomans like had a 20-0 lead, and then threw it away. I don't even know what the fuck happened. Was it the Mongols or some people in the east constantly taking them out? I don't know. Ottomans had such a fucking lead, and I don't know what happened. I didn't study them. Incredible place. So imposing, it's almost suffocating. Place is breathtaking, looks like a fortress. Stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. No! The Ottomans had like the Janissaries and everything, but I don't know what they did with them. They had one of the first standing armies, but I don't understand what they did with it. Because they didn't really get as big of an empire as like the other places. So I don't know what the fuck. I don't know what they did with their lead. I'm assuming they had a huge lead, but they must have been hit by the Mongols or something. I don't know. Like the Ottomans, didn't they have like a huge tech lead on everyone or whatever? Yeah, okay. I didn't study them, but I'm assuming they blew it or something, because it could have easily been like a huge world power, but I have no idea. It's only been built a few short decades since we opened the borders to the outside world. This is case 3. An example like this has been different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far credit from the wooden paper most of our buildings constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. No, we're comparing it because Constantinople was the center of the world or whatever at one point, but you don't hear about the Ottomans much compared to like all the other empires. Like obviously the British Empire is the most famous. France has a bunch of territories. The Portuguese had Brazil. Spain obviously had Central America. Yeah, so I'm curious what the hell happened with the Ottomans. Did they just fuck up constantly? Because they had such a huge tech lead. Really, there's more differences in their construction materials. Yeah, I just never studied the Ottomans, so I'm curious why they fucked up so hard compared to all the Europeans. What is this place again? Lord Chief Justice Office Naruto San, the Supreme Court of Great Britain. Lord Chief Justice. Instructions report here at this time if circumstances were different. We're supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we'd arrived from Japan. Yeah, wait, and how did Britain get control of Egypt? Because they got control of the Suez, but that's like right in the backyard of the Ottomans. So I don't know what the hell the Ottomans were doing. Kazuma can't, no. So instead, we are here in a different capacity. Its envoys report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. I've delivered his or her message that envoy's duty is done. So we have to return to Japan. On Romania and Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as a law student site for the study tour. Which means I need the requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. The second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way we'll be able to remain here in London. Oh, I'm up to scratch. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you dwell. New season, new character, is it show himself? Villain. Is this Von Karma's fucking... Trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Time to be a villain, I mean, seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. If only things could be on time easier. Sir, what are you saying? If only we could all be on time forever. Oh no, don't mention it. Never happy when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How unfortunate. Introduction. Male Strongheart. Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. I feel a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Prince Naruto, don't be a mouse, so, It's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. Ryusuke Naruto of the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruto. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. I do not intend to be king. I'm not gonna do a coup. Ah, yes. Thank you. If only someone stronger were in charge of everything. So what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Well, help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here. I can't remember a single thing about the city. Simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruto? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some London streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything was so impressive and grand. I must say, I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. Free spirit, every revolutionary new technology in the world, every visitor to London is astounded. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Susato-san. Everyone seems so jolly full of vigor. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we'll be hosting here in London. Wait, what year was the Great Stink of London? There was a problem with the sewage system in London, and they had to like completely revamp it. Or apparently it's like an engineer in Marvel or whatever. But yeah, London had it. Was it 1858? Okay. Yeah, so that's why you talked about their sewage pipes. Okay, yeah, they had to completely revamp their system, and apparently it's like a really good system. Or they still use it today. Great expedition. Cultural and technological achievements around the globe are exhibited here in our great city. It's the greatest spectacle of its kind in history. It'll make Paris World Fair look like a toy shop. Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the not a villain. I will be king of the entire world. You do say so yourself. If only those lesser nations would fall in line. Sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. If only, yes, if only Britain owned everyone in the world, we could teach everyone our ways. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for this study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Sogi, if my memory serves. That's right. British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. News reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Terrible tragedy, really. Oh, thank you. You honored disappointment specifically to inform me of the news. Yes. Here in the capacity of envoys from Japan, they report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese people are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that's true. With some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means this study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. Well, if you just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruto would like to make a proposal. Woody now, well, Mr. Naruto. This is it then. A moment of truth. Let's duel! Let's just say Hairband Guy is back in Japan. Pepe Hens. Thing is, Lord Justice, Lord Strongheart. I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead. Don't misunderstand me, Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead, but without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. I guess we'll have to use a British one then. Terrible tragedy. In that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Something I don't know. Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Asogi, at least. That is what I've been led to understand. Well, thing is, really isn't going well at all. Can't seem to find the right words to say to this man. Mr. Naruto, which could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? Someone else from Japan who could describe the lawyer, it's... There's no... Miss Susato. For game over, it could probably only be... Yes, Miss Susato. Unusual introduction, but I presume you mean this charming lady beside you. You're a lawyer, are you? The look she's given me. After all the days of hard work she put to help me study, can't let her down now. think that's quite enough joking, don't you, Lord Strongheart? Ho ho, my real answer is, it's me. I can do it. Is that so? I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I had a lawyer in court before, only once as it happens. I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, glossing over the details. Spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. Learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. It must be so fucking boring. Like in the old days, 50 days of travel on a boat, and their boats are like smaller than our yachts or whatever now. Like, Jesus Christ, how fucking boring is that? Christ, 50 days, Jesus. Like, and then Kazuma's dead, so you can't even wank each other off anymore. So that's like, well, there goes that. So you have nothing to do. Christ. Alright, watching Japan some 50 days, I believe, not what you'd call full education. Become a qualified lawyer here in Britain. Not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time. Can't just go back to Japan. As Sogi's journey has only just begun, coming here on the study tour was all we thought about. I have to carry on and do everything we plan to do. It must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion myself, but I'll do anything to prove that I have what it takes any chance to carry this out. Just one chance, all I'm asking for. Wow. He's like, excellent, let me go murder someone. Excellent, my child. I will just go murder someone and we can solve that together. 31 seconds. Sorry. Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruto, was 31 seconds long, not too brief, not too protracted. Perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in a good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Let me go kill someone. Let me go just bludgeon some poor hobo setter. Let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes. You say you intend to do everything Mr. Sogi planned to do, Dwell. Are you firmly set on that path, Dwell? Well, yes, that's my intention. I see. I imagine things, or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Dwell, did I just see him going, hey, you fool? Very well. You have your wish, I'll give you a chance. Test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you, really. What form would the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruto, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect. In fact, there's an app trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet. This will be your welcome news. Today. Straight away. Well, at least we skipped the investigation. So, if you manage a verdict of not guilty, you have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Oh yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. Murder? Extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. Wow. Unfortunately, my definition of can't lose may slightly differ from your language. It's easy to say. But I should mention, just in case, if the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. See, and you guys are clapping about the 15-year-old being sent to the gallows. But justice, sir. What a load of crap. Case 2 is so bullshit. You guys are all front row seats to the guillotine or whatever the fuck they're doing. Damn you people! You guys would have hung poor Boo Radley. Capital punishment, he'll be put to death. Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. See what happened to the girl and the Russians? Are the Russians all fucking getting executed? What the fuck? See, you guys are clapping, but justice is served, sir. Damn you people, I was stepping on your foot saying he killed himself. He slipped and fell and killed himself, and you guys are like, nope. He did it, she did it, sir. And I'm like, no, pretty sure he slipped and broke his own neck. Wow, sent to the fucking gallows. You guys are like, yay, justice. You guys are presumably read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. Lord Chief Justice have decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? No need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. The defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. But what about the Russian girl then? Because she was given to the British, basically. Damn you people. What about the other person? We literally killed someone for it. She's dead, sir. She was executed days later. I lose. You'll be hanged. Yeah. Wonder what happened to the fucking 15-year-old. Naruto, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. Say you intend to see her through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. Let's test my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. Oh, sorry, but time is pressing. Trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? I say to agree to absurd test. I won't do it. I don't even know why they give these choices. Like, does this game just end and we say fuck it? Alright, let's go home. No deal. 3. Case 3, yeah. Alright then, if I get a decision now, I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. Time man. So as I suspected, is it? Sorry. You have noble intentions, but lack the resolve to see them through. Game over. Test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation's over. Someone said there's no... Oh, is the Dream Man? Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruto, I'm sorry, Mr. Sato. What could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? Not easy decision to choose whether to defend the man in these circumstances, but resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially, utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. Sure, the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. Lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. Sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? Is it gonna be Jack the Ripper as the fucking defendant? Alright, it's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense, and if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. You receive the most severe sentence a judge can pass on. Duh, we've been over this. A 15-year-old currently hangs on the gallows somewhere. That's awful. But that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect to answer to every question. cold hard truth of the matter is that there's only one person out with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. I mean you? Never since you. You mean like the guy running the show? You mean you? No, you! It really is only hope. So, what do you say now, madam? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend the man in these circumstances, and I agree. My estimation, it is purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So venture into our great city, enjoy yourselves. He's gone. Huh. The Old Bailey. Go, 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 drive, drive! Where's my carriage? I'm gonna do this, Mr. Naruto. We must leave at once. Hurry to the carriage! February 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defendants at the chamber. Who's our defendant? Thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes till the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. Thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose. Did you hear what I said, the driver, when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. A guinea? My favorite lines. Sherlock Holmes stories and work quite perfectly. Oh yeah, that was a problem with British money. I remember my dad saying how stupid it was. There's like, is it guinea, shilling, pence? Fuck. I'm trying to remember. They had several like currencies that like build up to a pound. And it's fucking weird. Yeah, their currency system's awful. They revamped it obviously because it's so dumb. Okay, yeah, they had a complicated little... Yeah, pences would make a shinny. Would a guinea make something? I forgot. 1 guinea is 21 shillings. Okay. Alright. Yeah. So 1 guinea is 21 shillings. Fuck it, why not? Okay, yeah, it's just pence and pounds now, yeah. Because it was a terrible system before. Not sure why you're so pleased. I thought you were gonna die, and we have to pay gold for the privilege. You had a 1 guinea written on 1 geo. Guinea's more generally amount than 1 pound. Okay, whatever. At least you arrived here before the trial started. I suppose there's that. Now I don't understand. The court clerk said the defendant should be here. There's no sign of him at all. Old Bailey, leaving this room for defendant's wages grand. You alright, Mr. Naruto? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. Oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is gonna crush whoever's about to be sentenced. It's like only yesterday I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. What are yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Sorry, would you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, are yous? We're from Japan, yes? Ah, Japan, is it right? Say no more. So how much do yous need? No, we're just here. Cause... No need explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. There's no place to go, nothing, barely a penny to your name, all while in a strange, faraway land. Well, actually... we haven't found a place to stay yet, no. I'm not a villain. 'Tis grand, 'tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas. Please, Mr. Sano, you don't have to shout. 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? There's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Well, this guy isn't a villain, right? Rich people. Damn rich people. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Or even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Oh, here you go. Don't spend it all in one place, lad. Hit me in the eye. Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it ya no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me. Oh, lose the case. Oh. To be honest, it's a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. Oh. So now what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh yeah, the thing is, don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, not more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. Lord Chief Justice wasn't making it all up. Okay, I'm hoping this story is a lot more interesting than the previous two cases. Okay. It's always more fun to have a bad guy as your defendant. Or someone that's ambiguous. Sorry, I'm trying to say I have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blessed blazes, do yous not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. Oh, sorry, I only just arrived in the city, you see. Oh, I see, you suppose it ain't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park there in the centre of London is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park. What? It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. Donated to the city, so I did. I mean, it's a spoiler, but there is a case where you definitely defend the bad guy. But it's a spoiler. Entire park in central London, and the entire this trial gets really weird as you're both trying not to lose, but at the same time not to win. Okay. So it's basically two soccer teams trying not to score on their own, the other goal, as they try to score on themselves. Okay. City of Smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. But and I got the gall, I'm saying a good for nothing criminal, me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with London police, I ask you? Wait, how often was an Irish person rich? I thought the English would always try to rob them somehow. I thought the government wouldn't want an Irish guy be rich. I don't even understand this. I thought, yeah, how many rich Irish people do you know? I thought the government would always try to, like, somehow stop it. Alright, don't pass out. Yeah, aside from Scrooge McDuck, but that's the thing. I'm pretty sure it's really rare, right? Or Mr. Naruto. Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves. Other gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. Hey. Mr. McGilded, the thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. Ooh. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, then you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands. We'll do our best. What I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you thousands of guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you. I think I see what's going on here, sorry. I know what you're thinking. This chancer of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, yeah, good luck with that. Why the blazes can't he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it, that's the only explanation. Well, wow. What if I did do it? Well, exactly, you know what? Exactly. Yes, exactly. What now? Well, like you said, if you have all that money but you don't have anyone to represent you in court, there's no other logical conclusion than that you're guilty of the charges. Whoops. Game over. Ha! That was a joke! Well, you call a spade in the East, so you do. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean any offense. I still can't express myself very well in English, you see. Ha! It was a joke. Never sure what's acceptable to say and what isn't so. Is that so? Because you sounded fluent enough when you were telling me what a blackguard I must be. Well, I'm terribly sorry. Ha. Can't say I blame you for thinking it, fella. It is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer, I mean? Well, because I'm Irish. That would be the fault of the Reaper. Reaper, Monkus, Reaper, did you say Reaper? Hi, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey, Lord Barak von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor. The Reaper. Prosecutor is the Grim Reaper. When Van Zeek stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. To this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? It's always silly in Phoenix Wright games when you face a prosecutor that's never lost, and then they proceed to lose like constantly in the fucking game. What? So it's reached a desperate situation, where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's a living legend of the Old Bailey, but no one has ever beaten him in combat before. Goodness, Lord Barak von Zeeks must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed on earth. Defendant is summoned and his counsel. This may wait in the courtroom, the trial's about to begin. It's counsel, that would be me. This time, Noah then fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You don't tell me what happened. But you showed your face here. I made up me mind, so I had, sorry. I decided I'd have to defend myself in there. Oh, that worked. But then you made an appearance. A student of law wouldn't you know? It's no accident, I can assure you of that. Just fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. Dwow, this guy's evil, dwow. Oh, rich people are the victim. We are the victims of society. Nobody likes rich people. I just want to be your friends. Damn you people. I really know nothing about the case of the man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruto, this man has known he'll stand alone in that court armed with nothing to defend himself. Yeah, someone like Kazuma would never have allowed that happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. Rich people aren't evil. Come on. Name a rich person that's evil. Exactly, you can't. What's happening there? First trial in British court. Please, every rich person's evil. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how am I going to manage this. Good old rich people. All good people. Noble people. They're the victims, if anything. Late in February, 10 a.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. The British. The council will judge this. This has Frank Court in Great Britain, the Old Bailey. Centuries history in this place is palpable, and it's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determine a person's guilt or innocence, always solemn affair. So may I say something, Mr. Naruto? Yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. I'm not nervous! I know, but I just can't help it. What the vampire? I'm old. Name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Here today, determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is fully prepared. Von Zeeks. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be Eastern. You're all racist, aren't you? Do you speak English? No, I just walked into the courtroom without any idea how to speak English, yes. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Yeah, I walked up to the lawyer booth just to fucking not speak English. He asked if the defense is ready, and I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They ran wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. Quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. Yeah. Cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGilded. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner, this non-British person. Jeez, filthy savages. Imagine not being part of the British Empire. Savages, really. As I've always said, my lord, 'tis the grand thing to give opportunities to the young. Even if the fella's a student from some little island off in the Far East. Even if he is some savage from one of those countries, really. It is not the British way to ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. I'd like to think that acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Listen to Mr. McGilded, what a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please may we go and play in McGilded Park? You damn rabble. He's playing you, damn you. Damn you people. I love rich people. It seems though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. Definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. Surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, in most laudable sentiments now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you what's a jury system, except it's not the jury system of the fucking Phoenix Red for Apollo Justice, whatever. 6 members of the public been psyched for impartiality. Ready, proceed. Yes, my lord, if it has to be sent rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. That's you guys. Well, what about the evidence? You guys are already clicking the guilty button. This isn't a game show. Click, 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 click. Not the manner his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish promptly. Naturally, I agree. Boy, my any criminals, you're soon wishing they never set eyes on me. Oh, it's me, the drunkard! I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these mitts for me and my grandson. That's right, those people are the rabble. The jury, yes, the jury. So something we don't have in Japan yet. Little did he know. That's right, I've only ever read about it. Here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinion of these 6 jurors. Judge passes sentence according to the law, and the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 different points of view. How exactly do the jurors give their verdict? That I don't know, but I'm sure it'll become clear as the trial progresses. Yes. Prosecutor von Zeus, my lord. Been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you'd renounced your fame. I am known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. Yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. What brings you back? There's some change of circumstance which the court should be aware. I'll leave that to your imagination, my lord. Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruto. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements. I think a summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. Our lordship is aware this is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Must be the only ones in here who aren't aware we're gonna have pictures of the guys stabbing him over and over. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past the hour was some minutes after 10. Victim was a maker of building brickstone in the community's thrice-fired mason. Terrible tragedy there. Sorry, thrice. Very accomplished craftsman, the bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. Jeez, victims, of course, discovered an omnibus and served the streets of London at the time. Dagger had been thrust into the victim's abdomen, believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Terrible tragedy. Terrible tragedy. Autopsy report investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. Accept that and the photograph as evidence. Now, let me guess. Oh, well, look. One further item of evidence. Let me look at this. Wow, not a villain. Why is there a shadow and then directly down the middle of your face? I'm not a villain! Not a villain! Why does the light stop? Entering your field of vision. Reaper of the Bailey, 32. Victim, skilled poor brickmaker, lived in East End. And 11 instead, once abnormal adrenaline, an omnibus died to internal hemorrhage resulting from the trauma. He's missing a button. Poor people, but sir. Those hats are so funny. Like, I get they're poor, but Jesus. They're like uber poor hats. Those ones that are stilted from several different cloths. That's the ultra poor hat. Yeah, it's one thing to have like material and fabric. It's another to have like 5 different ones stitched up your hat. Okay. Third item of evidence. Prosecutor wishes to submit these as well. Oh, we can do the glove don't fit. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. And then the glove fits, and I'm like, wrong glove. The other glove. Damn you people. These are. Good lord, this is a blood council. Yes, my lord, seized by policemen who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. Gilda's gloves had blood on them. Off with his head, I say! Huh, never liked the man anyway. Oh no, the rabble. Accept these as evidence as well. Other gloves weren't time bloodstain on the right glove. How do I get into this? Definitely blood, isn't it? It's not most pleasant said to be confronted upon our first day in London. Have him come with Gremlin now. By the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. Tone of a coin in his right hand earlier. Yeah, these gloves don't make sense, because if you stab someone, you're holding the knife. Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Yeah, I don't think these gloves were the stabbed a person. Because if you're holding a knife, the blood will be everywhere but where you're holding it. Back in the corner before I even started. Continuing. Calling the driver of the omnibus. I mean, wouldn't the back of the glove have blood on it? Let's say you're stabbing someone. Okay, we'll say according to the driver of the omnibus. There were only 2 passengers traveling inside the vehicle at the time. Only 2. Was he one of the passengers of the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason? I've never stabbed anyone, but I'm assuming judging by the stabbing. Okay. The other was the accused Magnus McGilded. Well, rather damning circumstance, to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded. To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. Whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken in with a fierce tiredness. I always succumb to it. You claiming to have been asleep. Just the motion of the carriage, my lord. Lilton, so 'tis. And I sputtered my eyes again. Oh, I opened my eyes again. It was a desperate sight before me. The body of a man I never laid eyes on before in me life. Oh, ask yous, what a good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got on the gloves and after the man killed. Fortunately, that spin of the driver is only the beginning. That's all. There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Order, 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 sir, order! The killing took place. Only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage, and there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelled evidence. It's a nail in the coffin for the accused. Oh. Thank you, counsel. The circumstance of the crime are made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once. What, no chicks? Oh, just rabble? Fuck these guys, the rabble. Witnesses, your names and occupations. The rabble. My name is, well, everyone calls me Beppo. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Bruce Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. Bankers. My name's First Lady First. I am. My cats for gents. Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all you present in the stand were an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir. That's right, sir. Very well, then let's proceed to formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus, and out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus, and then I saw it too. Oh, I'm an ambiguous testimony, I must say. Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel? Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? Has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. How quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. You rabble! Long live the British Empire, you rabble and savages with your sticks and stones. But if you're here in London yourself, are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, you my Nipponese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus? Oh no, we only arrived in London this morning. No matter. I've arranged for us all to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What do you mean? Actual scene how? Carriage is designed to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much. No, me Nipponese me no understand. Yes. Omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today in this very building. Here. What? The entire carriage. Bailiff. Bring forth the stricken omnibus. It's an omnibus, the omnibus. Can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Let me guess, the 2 so-called witnesses are going to be on the top floor. 4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows, best views of the city architecture and sights are to be had from the top of an omnibus. I should point out to our foreign guest. Oh, there's a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Skylight. Oh. Penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That's how they came to witness the grim incident. Oh, through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Oh, counsel, this is a first. All years behind the bench, never experienced crime scene itself being brought into courtroom. A number of important clues remain inside the carriage, my lord. I'd like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. The hair's fake puppy hands. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus hereby formally accepted as evidence. Omnibus has been entered into the court record. Can't believe it, the entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination as soon as it's here. Continue with proceedings on your cross-examination, counsel. The counsel. Certainly see the inside of carriage through this open, that's for sure. Yes. There's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witness is going to be able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us. Get out of place. Screw you. We doomed. Now let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. Only wide enough for 2 gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery, or it would be quite impossible for her to climb up into the roof deck, so she would be seated here. Women in kimono with that same problem. Women's clothes are very practical, aren't they? Wow. Seat as a handle, it seems. Wow. Looks like all sorts of equipment that may be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools, a pair of wheels, blanket, horseshoe, and tools. It's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. Doesn't seem any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, don't imagine it being very convenient for that purpose anyway. I think the homeless guy may have been inside the carriage and then poured out. I guess we'll see later. Because the defendant says he never recognized that guy in his life. And he didn't realize, he was in the carriage. Blood soaked in to see the victims are, so yes, that seat will be clearly visible from the roof deck. Really stabbed someone in full view of the other passengers like that. I wonder, well, it was after dark. There was a lamp on in here, so perhaps culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. It's a poster for the Great Exhibition due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of folks being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Crystal Tower, it's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be visiting with excitement to prospect such a grand event. Seen enough, let's step outside then. Let me go back in one last time. Oh, it's a sound glass on. It's a large skylight, yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. Doesn't appear to be a hand or a catch of any description. Suppose it can't be opened from the inside the cabin at least. It's a poster for the Great Exhibition. Yeah, okay, a lot of folks Crystal Tower, okay. No, you fuckers hung a 15-year-old. And then you guys clapped and called it justice. Poor Boo Radley. What would Boo Radley do against you guys? You guys would just hang him. You guys suck. Hang poor Boo Radley. Boo Radley did nothing. Boo Radley! I've seen enough. You guys don't care about morals, ethics, whatever. You guys just bend the law as you see fit. Phoenix Wright Omnibus, what the fuck? There's a roof deck of the omnibus, so you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here. These people set up all the way here on bitter winter nights, the cold air rushing past them, and they pay money to do so. Brr. Can't imagine how cold it must feel. That just made me think of something horrible. Imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment. Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, you guys would kill someone for a loaf of bread. Hang them, sir. They're just poor puppy hands. Okay, roof day, I wonder if we do that. Okay. Yeah, in fact, in fucking, what is it, Les Miserables, you fuckers would have shot Jean Valjean. You fuckers! But he's saving people, bam! The law has been served. You guys suck. You all suck. Jean Valjean would have been shot immediately. You guys suck dick. Probably don't expect it to sneak and ease astray to understand the intricacies of British courts' cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in British court. Focus, Rianovsky. Focus. Let's duel. What the witnesses saw. Was the last bus of Dean, so I had a few customers, I remember it well. Looked up, but the man accused of killing them were sat next to each other inside the bus. Alright, here we go, that was quick. You saw them through the skylight and the roof of the carriage. So when you sit at the top deck, the window is right there at your feet. There was a lamp on the inside, so I had a pretty good view. Two of them wearing hats, couldn't make out their faces. Yeah, see, so someone opened up the other carriage, or someone was inside the luggage compartment. Wearing hats couldn't make out their faces, but there's not a shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely, McGild is a gentleman of rather small stature. Couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There's no room for doubt here. I really wish there was. Out of blue, the accused reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts.
Hold it!
I actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I testify to that? Or fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days. Us bankers are good people. Good old bankers. Sudden Helians on sound like 40 months. Oh, I didn't mean that. Good old bankers. No good, really got this back up. Yeah, I mean, some sound like 52 months. Perhaps you could tell me what you saw in a little more detail. That's my lord. Juror number 3. What's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up about what? I don't like the stinking rich. Never have. Oh no! They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. That was quick. Oh no! No point wasting time listening any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. Precisely what I was about to say. Foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Well, 12 angry men accept. Fucking game over. What the fuck? What is happening here? The scales. Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. That was quick. Fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocence, black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case. Never liked them rich people. One by one, they each cast a ball of fire on the great scales of justice that we saw a moment ago. Those with normal scales fall completely black. So what does that mean? Let's do our very best to make sure it doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well, the court acknowledges a change in the jury's stance. Counsel for the defense, please continue your cross-examination. You son of a bitch. Huh. This is a nightmare. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. Couldn't help it.
Hold it!
Stabbed him, you saying you were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Right, sir, I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing a little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. Thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. Then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out from his belly, that huge great knife. Oh, grim sight indeed. Ah, that didn't help me at all. The jury looked like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. Fuck, where's the Henry Fonda character? Help me, you idiot! Help me! Where's the old guy? Help me! Sway the jury, you idiots! Okay, appears to have made everyone even more dubious than Mr. McGill telling the truth. Do we just have 6 racist guys on the jury? It's over. We lose. I hate the Irish. Game over. We had evidence to counter the suspicions. Mr. First. Yes, sir? Just a knife. You saw. Oh, good grief. Yes, that's it. Very one, sir. Is that? Yes, counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. Letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. It's W, actually. M for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. Seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there's M's everywhere. Like McDonald, yes. Like Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No! Donald Cat's own son, welcome back 5 months. And King Game 23's own son, welcome back 20 months. Weapon of murder certainly belongs to the accused. Eh. Oh, not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel. Murder weapons have been entered into the court record. My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption. Oh, juror number 2, go on. Don't be racist, don't be racist. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, fuck you guys. Those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Damn you people, where's the Henry Fonda? Help me, jury. Dispose of the rubbish. Damn you people. You haven't even heard the fucking case. What? Someone convince the other jurors back. No. I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. Are you racist? Are we talking about the same person here? Filthy Irish. Damn you people. Why are they all the racist people? Uh-oh. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in position to draw the only logical conclusion. Damn you people, where's Fonda? Fonda, help us! Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members propose a guilty verdict. Our light points, there's only 2 heart points left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, all we need more than anything at the moment is more information. Still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. Mustn't give up hope when we cover someone that'll give us a way to fight back. What? Alright, I'll keep trying. Can't give up. Keep calm and listen to witnesses' statements again. Alright, so when it happened, the only 2 people in the enclosed cabinet were the victim and the defendant, and, so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man trying to defend and do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Was there good or really innocent? Could it be? Before we jump to conclusion, first time should we gather information. Understand the case better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again a little more carefully this time. Let's see, it's okay. Let's see. What a letter M. What if it's W though? Undeniably Mr. Magnus McGild's initial. Beautifully gilded too must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything to W. That's one of those, you know, turnabout case. I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. What I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh, well, that idea was quickly squashed. Can I, like, remove the knife? Part is the sheath, isn't it? Oh, you're alright, Mr. Naruto. Sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades, so those don't seem like words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist. It's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul, anyway. No sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Assassin? Looks like blood. Surely is blood. The victim's Englishman blood looks like Japanese man blood. Did you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. Why isn't this blood blue? This should be blue blood. It's British blood. Find a little hard to adjust. I guess I do understand. This man was poor, that's why it's not blue. poor people, savages, really the same thing. I think we're done here.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Yes, sir, that's right, sir, yes. It was cold, freezing, in fact. We had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling at the same parts of the bus, of course, no. There were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. However, if that, no other passengers like that, no, none. So nobody fled the scene of the crime then. I'd say the boss insists on running it, he does every evening that last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if altogether worthwhile, yes. Sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with being so cold and everything. Only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. Which a man accused kill him said each other next to the boss. Yes, had a blue accused kill his guts.
Hold it!
What exactly did you see? Well, sir, it would just be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was. He couldn't. By the passenger, obviously, you're referring to the victim, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. And the other passenger, the knife in his hand. Like this. Oh, there we go. There it is, sir. By the other passenger, obviously, you're referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Then he plunged it down like this. Okay, there we go. Stabbing the other passenger in the belly. My lord, I wish to speak. Guilty. Gesture number 5, did I take it you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before you know the facts, so I said to myself, huh? Debated. Oh, but I've heard enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. Boom. No, please just keep an open mind a little longer. Key up now, Sir Blaze. The finish is in sight. Damn you people. Oh, it's almost lunchtime. Let us end this. Old lady, stop. Say innocent. Papa's a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. Oh, you're too kind, sir. Well, this is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Granny, do something! Empathy! If Chow was on the jury, I would say one word and it's already guilty. Madam Juror number 6. Yes, dear, what can I do for you? We have heard the testimonies of witnesses in the stand. Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. Oh. So she'll only do her verdict once she finishes knitting. We have to hurry! There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park it's called. Oh. Gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. It's you guys, the hired shills. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Public Library later and borrow some books? Can we also go to the McGilded Hospital to see him? And the McGilded Orphanage? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know? What kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? Are we gonna destroy his character now? Wow. Evil music. What kind of man is he? Philanthropist Magnus McGilded. has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. Where did all that wealth come from? Your client is schlock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crows! Don't stone the crows, but gilded. Lends money at extortionate rates of interest so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that. Victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise his creditor was the accused Magnus McGilded. Let it be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious. Brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with him when he repaid his debts. In the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. I might add something briefly, Mr. Sato. Claim the victim had lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? Release face down card. What a wine bottle face down card. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Oh, there it is! Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice, oh no! That's his special ability. How can this be considered acceptable? I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I had heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. Due to show assistant to the events, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh. Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice and a toast to the enigmatic East at the same time. Marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Debtor's ledger. Yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear. Really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. Sure, we'll not find Mr. Sholm's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Nitronic term song look back 79 months. I can't read. Gosh, kind of full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen, are they? Sure, not everyone in this country is well off. Goodness, what is it? Look at this. You see a name here. Bruce Fairplay. Someone on the bench. Should that mean something to me? It does sound familiar. Actually, Bruce Fairplay, a witness testifying this very moment. Yes, of course. The banker. Why is his name in here? Borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment date is fast approaching. Possibly this is just a coincidence, of course. Yes, clearly. Could be very useful information. Do we not have Mason's name here? It's weird how we don't even look for Mason's name. Okay. Q is made quite certain he had ample reconnaissance. No, don't do it! No, old lady! Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Oh no, Granny! Stop the attack! Look, if she clicks the button, this duel is over. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel. No! Wait, that's game then, right? Still, huh? Maybe it's all for the best. No! Stop! Wait. Wait a minute, think about it a little more before. I don't stand for nonsense. So what's the point? This is over then. Game. That's my life points go to 0. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict. It's over then. Oh. There's a footnote though. Footnote. However the... Wait, what? However the what? All 6 members of the jury are in agreement with... What did you just say? However the defense what? Can appeal! Activate face down card, damn you! All 6 members of the jury now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I'll now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objection. Boom, boom, boom. No, the defense. What can the defense do? Can they appeal? Susato, just tell me one thing. Do we have a face down card? Is it still our turn? Yes. You're in the middle of saying something before. Footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law. However, the defense. What did it say next? Oh yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the presiding judge will let a final verdict, yes. And then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. There we go. Summation examination.
Objection!
Summation examination. From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. You're out of luck. Oh. What even is it, Miss Sato? The so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment. Why don't you just keep it open? I'll read it about it. You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. What is that supposed to mean? Wait a minute. Choto fucking mate. What does that mean, Van Zeeks? What do you mean by that, sir? Alright, Mr. Naruto. I think I understand. It seems under this procedure you would be able to appeal to the members of the jury. Do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their lien and reverse their decision. It says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. This duel is not over yet, Kaiba. Make them reverse their decision. Mirror Force. Yes, in times gone by, barristers would use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision, but that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really, so it rather fell out of use. Wonder why? Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to try this in this day and age. Still. I don't see you mention the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? What, that card's still legal? I thought it was on the ban list. I'm suggesting, although me antiquated and largely forgotten, this isn't yet extinct. It is like a Yu-Gi-Oh card, but no one's ever played that card in like 15 years. I thought it was on the ban list. What do you think, Mr. Naruto? Summation examination, our last possible option. Start our right to carry it out or admit defeat. What is the point? Forget it. Fuck it. Let's all go home. Alright, let's go get lunch. Eh, fuck it. Mr. Naruto, are you sure that's the right decision? You heard what the judge and prosecutor said. If it's an antiquated procedure, it's history. What would barely know our way around the law and that's in use today? What hope will we have of pulling it off? Well, time to go home. Perhaps what we don't know can work to our advantage, sorry. In any case, there's really only one course of action available to us here. Can't afford to do is allow this trial to end. What we don't know can work to our advantage. You're right, Mr. Sano. Let's bring this antiquated procedure back into the present day. Defense wishes to assert its right to summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
What? But no one's ever played that card in years. London's the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
It was our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. Defense petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. 4 men are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Eh? Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. Oh no. Well, I'm just racist and I never liked, you know, those guys. That's why I voted guilty. What grounds? Must all justify your decision and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. You know, I'm just never liked those people, you know, really. Oh my lord, you're putting us on the spot. Shit, I gotta make up a reason. This is most irregular. No mention of this was made before. I don't really hold vote as justifying knock. Seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them experienced this before. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyers attempted for years, is it? Or just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for. To turn this trial around. Let's duel. Oh, so be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. The court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant Magnus McGill guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial findings. Jurors' contentions. Well, I'm racist and I never liked those people. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time. It must have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. I struck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I say, absolutely brazen. Simply typed and collated the statements thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. Alright, there you go. We just found. Okay, so there's 5 passengers there. Scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor at beggar's belief. Starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Some of the jurors don't seem wonderfully formed arguments, though. Do they? Let's see what they can do when they get these 6 people to change their minds. Throw something at him and use very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruto. Ugh. Stupid book. According to my book, that's not quite how it works, so thought I was gonna have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Fortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant's guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says, but then they've reached their conclusions by their own reason, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses, in fact, could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they may become so. And whatever I'm supposed to do. Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruto. I'm yelling at you! Because you're not helping! Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make their arguments. There we go. What do you mean? Out of 6 members of the jury randomly 6 to members of the public, they appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they're complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in the courtroom together. That's the way they break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. Must listen very carefully what each member of the jury says. See if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast statements and put the corresponding jurors against each other. I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say they're looking for. In a way then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in our statements and put the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. That's not right. I have to pull this off. It's our proceedings, counsel. I'd ask you to take the stand for this and expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. Let us duel with honor. The defense rebuttal. Someone else inside the carriage has been him. Driver excellent memory for the 4 passengers. Okay. Dude, you just stabbed me. I trust the guild. Oh, Pit, I'm assuming. Oh no, how much does it cost the omnibus? So as a guild master, I decided to set a policy: all drivers across the city, one fare, no matter which bus you take, how far you're going. We have to compete with the rise of the motor car, you see. Us coachmen have to make a stand together. Motor cars, you say. Us in this murder on one of our buses extremely damaging to our cause beyond the pale. No, I think Pearl's mom gets executed. No, I'm pretty sure most people are executed. Like Von Karma's dead. Yeah, I think most people, yeah, are all executed. Like Pearl's mom definitely is done. Wait, what are we talking about? Are we talking about who gets executed in the story? I think no, you literally like see a cutscene of Pearl before, or Pearl's mom before the execution. Yeah, because I think she like did one last thing before leaving. Eggy, summer starting with back 8 months. Lead to decline passengers, Michael. It's all Rascal's fault, he has to pay. It's crime or his bus is more worried about. Anyway, every member of my guild is reliable and trustworthy. If the driver says he saw him do it, that fellow in the dock is guilty of sin.
Objection!
Two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel, but... An Asian person knowing math? What is this? Oh dear, what have I said? Oh no! You fools, you fell into our trap card. What a Japanese math. Sworn Silverblaze's maiden name. I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus in the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Bebel, he took 20 pence in fares. Oh no, an Asian person with math! Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me. They're still not getting it? I don't get it. Juror number 5 also told us the following. Fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. They still don't get it. I'm not Asian, I don't understand. That is it, fair, convenient, single price, just the way London's carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. Factor leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? I mean, wasn't Godot gonna be executed if, you know, the that wasn't gonna take him out? 4 passengers paying 4 pence if you do the multiplication. Shout out GuyFC, thanks for gifting a sub to MShig 11, welcome. That'd be 16 pence. Exactly, as I said, it doesn't add up. Figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, are precisely 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes, in other words, the omnibus that night. It's distinctly possible. There's another passenger we've heard nothing about. Yes, this can't be right. Coachmen of the Guild are good, honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword. Figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. How dare you call us all liars? So, Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that this trial would end now. News are certainly spread all over London. Here's that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that she lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. And then automate Smith's road trial doesn't end. According to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire into inside a set of scales. What? Now hold your horses there, coachman. We're all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beppo, you little shit. There's gonna be another murder here as I strangle you, Beppo. Fucking Beppo. Oh, she's all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm gonna do the same. For love of Mike, not you as well. A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. What hourly you did it. Managed to change 2 more jurors' minds. We can force the trial to continue when we need another 2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. So we must strike next, so I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other, and so it isn't as a contradiction in their assertions. Exactly, you can do it. Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Jane and Innocent like to hear from what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. No one else inside the carriage, it has to win him. Stuck the chap next to him like this, brazen, I say, absolutely brazen. Similarly articulated statements as far drawn a logical conclusion. Beppo, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say, not guilty. Scoundrel, stand the poor man on the floor. Oh, what the beggar's belief. I really think you should stop waving that needle around. Oh, you heard what the good coachman said before, didn't you? Hideous man stabbed the poor fellow, just like this. Yes, that is what he said, you're right. McGilded Park is such a lovely little place too. I've always enjoyed the resting my legs there while I get on with my knitting. I had thought that anyone who donated such a delightful place must be a fine fellow indeed. I suppose I was wrong. Wow, whoever would have thought he was a miserable murdering moneylender with not a scrap of remorse. Oh, help. Sure as ever she's guilty now. Although she certainly knows her mind, doesn't she? Alright. We put the knife people in each other. 2 jurors, yes. Yeah, okay. Is that perhaps what you were just saying? How did you know? Stop looking at that book animation. Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you have to find yourself in such a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It's a little long, I'm afraid. What? What the fuck is this? Very well, listen to this. Oh, during the examination here, the assertion 6 members of the jury. Oh god, counts for the defense should use pit, yada yada, impunity. Blah 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 blue blue blah blue blah blue blah blue blah blue. Okay. Cannot choose assertion of jury initially selected, nor can you choose assertion of jurors who changed their leaning to not guilty already. Let's compare the various jurors' assertions. Yes, work out which 2 contradict each other.
Objection!
Those two statements completely contradict. What? Explain, counsel, post haste. Oh dearie me, I was only knitting a jumper for my other half. I want a jumper. What's all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? Can you say I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Ha! Wanna test me, do you? It was like this, struck the fellow next to him without even getting up. Just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me? Is it? I'm old, I can't remember. What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, she's crazy. She stabs the guy beside him. Stop it, madam. It was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Coachman said so. Don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never there. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Me knife? Ah, bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh, but why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen all good conscience? You guys be like, yep, guilty. All right, let's go get lunch. There's a suit taco special today. Ooh, it's Taco Tuesday. Guilty. All right, let's go get tacos, guys. Yay. Lies you say, oh dearie me. Can't abide people telling lies. What the? Your life points, the scales. I don't believe it. You see even the scales in the stool. Wait. Now hear this, my fellow jurors, I warn you. You cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his black suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us. So this guy's the racist from 12 Angry Men. Because everyone turns away from him. They breed like rabbits, damn you people. As everyone turns away and looks away from him. Moving. Everyone moves their chair away from the guy. They breed like rabbits. Nah. Could use magic. Do you really think I'd put myself through all this? That's sort of me, this Dark Jinx. Me. Exactly what is the problem? What if two witnesses have slightly different recollection of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. Oh, let's say the victim collapsed on the floor, then the Sherlock stabbed him again, and so he saw him do it. Well, let's say it didn't happen like that. You mean the autopsy? Oh, you're calling a dandy, sir. Why, I should take this knife to you. I know, eyes are straight now. Oh, you're calling old. Why, I should take this needle to you. Yeah, they're ready to kill each other now. Could the foreman of the jury be right? Wrong, Taylor. Two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime. Pas possible. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. Oh, what is it, you Dark Jinx? Come on out of it. Is that like supposed to be a slur? You're racist as fuck, bro. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. You say that's out of the question. Show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. irrefutable hard evidence. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question. Two witnesses saw two different moments. The same crime is proven by.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once! It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen two different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Four, what, the life points have been reversed? Wait, that means the stool is still on. 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruto. We've won. What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Do you see what nationality he is? He's not British, damn you! Damn you people! They breed like rabbits! Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one. The chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this razor-sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Well, a quite remarkable turn of events. The defense summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there's no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. What the? Stool's still on. It's a 4th episode part. Hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses return to their places. Call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zieks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. What? He shattered his own magic card on the field. It's like in Yu-Gi-Oh! When they destroy one of their own cards and you're like, what the? Usually means they're using a new strategy. You destroy your own magic card. Savor the rich aroma of Carmine Condis's hallowed chalice. May seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks, who destroy his own hallowed chalice card. Is it cold in here, is it just me? As your antiquated tome no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during a summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. Seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury. Ouch. Well, no matter. There's nothing so hard to prove as self-evident truth, it would seem. Now, why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. What the? Ultra form. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Is this true form? Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we just had to endure. Yes, sir, I did, Sir Beppo, you lying little shit. Of course I heard it. Yes, sir, I heard it. No, sir, on the end, the coachman, I believe it's Beppo. Oh, yes, sir. PK 13 on the stand, welcome back 2 months. Yes, my lord, sir. Transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a 5th passenger on your omnibus. You'll be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh, mio dio. Now, witnesses are hereby calling you to testify before the court again. You'll explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense summation examination. I only carried 4 passengers and I swear it, but... Well, I for one told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus, yes. He fiddled us on the ferry, did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man, everyone. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes. Council, make sense of this for me, please. Phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cozenage. Beppo, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster. Guild's fare is 4p across the board, you know that. Am I to understand you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It's so cold and the last run of the day is always half empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. Hang him. I say we hang him. But sir, the gallows needs somebody. Beppo, poor Beppo Peppyhands. You're a disgrace, Beppo, a disgrace. And your selfish action brought dishonor on the entire guild. Dishonor, Peppyhands. I may, sir. I had to pay 10p on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5p each is, yes, 20p. Done the arithmetic 10 times already. I can't make the result come out differently. Now that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. Counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. Already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today, so you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. I only carried 4 passengers, I swear, but well, I for one told out to pay 5p for the bus. He fiddled us on the ferry, did. Then I saw the blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw McGilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Fiddled on the ferry, did. Yes, okay, right. Yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Hold it!
Earlier, you testified you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Yes, that's right. You said the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife in an ice pick grip. I suppose I might have, you know, yes. Put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard screams on the seats of the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. When I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. Oh, that's another lie. Gentleman was on the floor, knife was sticking out of his midriff, yes, that's right, and the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I?
Truth! Excuse me.
You have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Oh, you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. Maybe I'll extract some of the information out of him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that. No chance. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your day peeping through a skylight on top of the omnibus, that is. Peeping, I'm a respectable city bankrupt, you know. And I know what I saw. I remember as clear as a Ballarat day. It's a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if a logo hot under the collar there, my lord. I'd ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement of what exactly you saw. Well, I can do that all right. Now I'll tell you just how grim it was. Did you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed a man? Hit gloves. Blood-soaked. Ahem, oh yeah. Perhaps soaked is laying in a little thick, but... Anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof through the skylight. Oh, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had a pretty good view. And there was a lamp on inside the carriage as well, so I'm quite sure of what I saw. This banker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about her. Feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruto. So when you should have a good look through the court record, yes, yes. How long ago does Trevor and Lydia come to an end somehow? One thing I hate is when you press the last statement, it automatically goes to the concluding thing. So you have to go through this text. So I managed to keep her chances alive here. Can't waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press on these witnesses, danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe. Can't let the fear of that happen and stop some from the important information. You're so right. I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among the witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses ran in a strange way, yes, don't hesitate to pursue them as a reason.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit that soap might be laying on a little thick, but... Anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay. It's a little more than a little peculiar. What? The glove don't fit, you must acquit! Wrong case, sir. It does fit. Damn you people! Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilder, on the night in question. Oh yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain there. But as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only in the right-hand glove. Ugh. Sure, Mr. Fairplay. Your testimony is inconsistent. Yeah, but this can't be right. So you're a liar here then. I kill liar. She's fucking crazy. Get this chick out of here. Ugh. That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said, "Hugh, it was both hands." Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it caused your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Aye.
Objection!
It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. This poor banker, he's the victim. Yes, it wasn't both hands, it was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. God. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. A banker would never lie. Damn you people, I'm the good guy. I'm a banker. I'm the victim. Damn you people. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding members of society don't predicate, claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Damn you people! So Naruto, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, could turn the tide in this trial completely. My lord. Yes, counsel? Defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony. Ugh. Very well. Hereby calling the defense present its evidence. Evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness' alleged deception of the court.
Take that!
List of debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. List of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion. Point is, among the names of these debtors is your name. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. It's a common name. Everyone's called Fairplay. Like my barber's Fairplay. The soccer player, Mr. Fairplay. Damn you people, it could be anyone. It's a common name, damn you people. Yes, my neighbor's dog is also Bruce Fairplay. What? Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? That's someone else! Damn you, Fairplay this! No, well, that's barely worthy being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilder were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? Oh, these documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties, therefore, with the creditor, the defendant here, to sentence to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Dwell, as everyone pulls out a knife or a gun. Dwell. Every banker suddenly died that night. Terrible tragedy. All the bankers of the city suddenly just got stabbed or mugged. Terrible tragedy. Cease to exist. Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony of seeing something you never in fact saw? A devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Yeah. He's dead, sir. Order, order, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware your answer may have the most serious implications upon your future, sir. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in time which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Mr. McGilder's hands, both of them.
Objection!
Yet there's only one of the defendant gloves that you have here as evidence is stained. So you keep saying... Well, I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens. Seeing what? The blood, sir, on one of the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Here then we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yargs. Mr. Naruto, this is good news. Course the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last, yes. Fight might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Is this part 2? Let's duel. What the witnesses really saw. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that, however. I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. Nope, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains, there couldn't have been anyone else inside the carriage, or we all would have seen. Well, lo and behold. True of the fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. Not much incriminating evidence that's tantamount saying we saw the man do it. Yeah, that's really not what testimony is about. Let's examine the interior of the omnibus once more. Victim's fresh blood is clearly visible on the seat, corroborating the witness's counts. In other words, there's no substantial or significant change in the facts of the case. Very well, your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, me lord. Blood on both hands of the assailant, sincerely distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say I didn't see the exact one of the stabbing trends, but if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself, not until I heard that scream. By the way, fact remains, can't have been anyone else inside that corridor or would have seen.
Hold it!
The reason he saw the incident was through the skylight and the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was fiercely cold that night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Oh yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question, why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place? Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It's locked. That's right, it's a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's what I call fair play. Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. So I had no choice but to climb up on the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. To assure you, I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring long and hard. That's precisely why I can tell you absolute confidence. If there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. Not sure about these two witnesses. Could they really have seen everything inside the cabin? No. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. Where are you seated? You see, they both can't see below them. You're riding this omnibus and witnessed events in the cabin through the skylight and the floor on the upper deck. Is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, a portion of the cabin interior would have been out of sight from you. What? Gosh, really? Obviously at this stage can't say for sure. Possibility cannot be denied. At the time of the incident, could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
You're mad? Enough hypothetical manure, my Nipponese friend. You don't have to comment. Prosecution demands you substantiate your claims after all. Scene of the crime is here in the flesh. Very well, I uphold the prosecution's demand. We identify the area which is cross-sectional plan on the omnibus. I don't know which area. What exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting this potential extra passenger could have been situated?
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of travel, where the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight is drawn here. Oh, that's right, my lord, as you can see. The seat opposite the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, it's had been sitting on that seat. It's quite possible these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nipponese have a forbidden habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. What's that supposed to mean? I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. Cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger who you elude. Can you, Mr. No. Honestly, don't know who could it have been. Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses in the roof deck? Understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool! Sponsors a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, Counsel. Defense still name a passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be a chance of winning the turn in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin obscured from view was...
Take that!
Passenger in the enclosed cabin that witnesses on the roof failed to see. Had to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, Counsel? What's the name of the defendant?
Objection!
No, my wine! Oh! You sacrificed another wine glass. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks. People talk of these tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms even a student of an artless backwater such as yourself might understand, non-British savage. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. That premise may be wrong. What? The victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded. It creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. An inconsistency, Counsel. Defendant's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
You know, we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains. Point is, even in the face of irrefutable evidence, both witnesses maintain their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly, they both adamantly swear. They clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct. Testimony reveals the truth. Someone else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we've yet to identify. Victim's blood was on the passenger's hands, both of them. Is it going to be the foreman? Who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Extraordinary. Order! What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
Defense postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. Witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when they elaborated on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Oh, yes. Tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though. Oh, yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to notice such things, sir. What particular style of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. Got yourself a hatter. The style of hat makes no difference. There's no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to depose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. The accused failed to even notice the presence of a true culprit in the very cabin which he traveled. I think he was asleep when those two entered the cabin, he's right. There was another person traveling in close cab in the omnibus. It's inconceivable Mr. McGilder would have been unaware of it. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused Mr. McGilder to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? Prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, you have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilder is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it would have been a most deliberate act. Oh, counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilder to testify or not? Oh, we have to bring him to the stand. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. Defense would like to call Mr. McGilder to the stand. John Matt? Oh, in that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, sir, I think he might be the killer. I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilder has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, I get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Heard what the patron of my favorite little park has to say. Oh, yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well, the court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand at once. Get these rabble out of my sight, damn rabble. Sir, maybe that one actually happened that night. It'll finally become clear. Rabble. Proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGilder, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. Now, two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police? Be God knows, 'tis not my nature to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. Truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell yous all or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGilder? Fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. So it's true? Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after all happened. Wow. You... what? No, Magnus McGilder, that convenient excuse can't save you now. Truly sorry, so I am, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'd be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was... well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. I'm curious. Wait, so maybe the real bad guy left as well before that. What? Police had known the wee one was there. They'd have assumed she'd have done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. There's nowhere we're gonna hang another kid. Who is this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Aye, well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since. Absolutely no reason to believe this man. Prosecution calls for a witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. Wow, what? What, Nanny? Smoke. Ah, fire, fire! Someone's trying to get away. After them. Oh, use! I can't say anything to this smoke. What is going on, to assassin? Be careful, Mr. Harrow. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defense in custody and clear the courtroom. We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff. Assassin! Amid scenes of chaos, people stumbled to one another in desperation to flee the chamber. No idea what's happened. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Assassin! Nobody panic. Alright, I'll be right back. I'll get a drink. 12:52 p.m. We missed lunch again? Why do they have these court sessions go through lunch? I'm hungry. If I'm on the jury, I'm like, fuck this shit. Guilty. Next. Alright, let's go home. Zero. Okay. Yeah, I missed fucking Taco Tuesday, or I missed a lunch special. Fuck this shit. I missed a lunch special. Damn you people! It's reduced prices at lunch hour, you fuckers. Damn you! Alright, I'll be right back real fast. Fuck this shit. If we get let out at 5 p.m., it's no longer happy hour. What the hell, guys? Everything's gonna be expensive. Alright, let me get a drink real fast. Yeah, there's no way no one's, or if you haven't watched 12 Angry Men, highly suggest it. It's not even that long of a movie. It's a very good movie. Even though, like, it wouldn't happen like that. But it's a very good drama. Bringing a knife into the place. Pulls out a knife. Hey guys! Jesus! I wonder what just happened in there. Not only we managed to find out what happened, Mr. Sato. It's told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of explosive device that releases smoke. Is the Irish guy dead? Smoke grenade sounds like a sort of thing ninjas use. Just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. Wow. But who would have done something like that? Police managed Katsune is trying to flee the courtroom apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? It's a young girl around 15 I hear. Oh Christ, are we gonna execute another 15-year-old? You guys are like chop chop? The skeleton doesn't cut itself, sir. What time to kill another 15-year-old girl? Young girl then could it be the other Pastor McGilder was talking about? That's exactly. I wasn't lying. Let's become Mr. McGilder actually. So many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. He was summoned to the prosecutor's antechamber to answer questions along with the young girl. Who is she, I wonder? What's she even doing here at the trial? She's taking a huge risk. What possible benefit to her herself? Another matter that's troubling. What's that? Dwell? 20 pence. Oh, yes. According to the coachman, Mr. Beppo, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. It seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means figures don't seem to add up again. She's right. That is strange. Calls over to defense kindly proceed into courtroom. I'm assuming she was a stowaway inside the luggage carriage. Trial will recommence in 5 minutes, so thank you, officer. Go straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. Can't imagine what she's gonna say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mr. Sato. Yes. (1 p.m. the Old Bailey courtroom. Finally, something is on time. She's 15. Here's the young girl next to Miss McGilder. Look, she must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. After that uneventful recess, court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilder. Now then, Lord Van Zooks, my lord, I believe we've established the cause of the smoke which veiled proceedings earlier. Seems to be an advanced form of smoke grenade. It's a sort typically employed by the army. Goodness gracious, the army! What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught by us superior British police. Now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my courtroom? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? To the gallows. If I may, my lord. Yes, Mr. McGilder. I think perhaps I had to explain here. Why is it this wee lass was here in the first place, and why she tried to bolt like that? 'Tis all tied up with the events of that night, so 'tis. Here, Mr. McGilder, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. So what did happen that night? It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. The night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off. Then, begorra, a loud thud and a wee scream woke me up with a fair start. A fella collapsed on the floor at me feet, so I sat him up on the seat across from me. How many people were in the fucking... Yeah. I don't think he even was awake when the 2 people entered the car. Then I turned to find out where the scream had come from. Bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there all curled up in a ball hiding her wee self away. Remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I gather, night in question, a young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? It's exactly as defense counsel said. The lass was the fifth passenger, my lord. Damn, she's actually taller than the dude. Very well. Vance may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. I don't know. No idea where to start. Well. Who said we count from 1 to 5 in Britain? Oh no! What the passenger 0? Ha! You Easterners don't even realize we start at 0 here. I don't know. I'd fight in a wee scream up to the first start.
Hold it!
I thought you saying scream. Hey, that's right. How can I explain it? No, they just fucking took away the blonde girl, probably executed her. Capital punishment and all. It's like the sound of someone falling to the ground, that sort of noise. So they think it was the sound of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed. Well, now you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. The sound woke me up and I opened my eyes. There wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage but the fella on the floor. Oh, you didn't see anyone. At the same moment, you did hear a scream. And seats above you on the front deck, I assume. Not above me, no, my lord. 'Twas from the inside of the cabin. I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream, no. I was still stunned by the desperate sight before me eyes. It's so hard. There was a fella collapsed on the floor, yes? Sat him up on the seat across from me. Oh, that's why his fucking body. Okay. Oh, this guy's an idiot. You see a dead guy? I'm gonna prop him up. Pat, pat, pat. There we go. All better now.
Hold it!
There you go, friend. Sat him up the victim, you mean? You wouldn't want to be dead on the floor, right, guys? Let me go prop you up a little bit. There we go. Nice. Maybe I'll put a hat on you. There we go. There you go, lad. When I dead on seat across from me, said I could plainly see the poor devil was already gone. You wouldn't leave me a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? See? There we go. Pat him. There we go. See, you gotta be more dignified if you're dead. So put on some pants on him, put a shirt on, put him on the fucking chair, clean him up a little bit. There you go. See, view is okay. It's common courtesy, so 'tis. I find that a little hard to believe. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks, now why would that be? You wake to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person would hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Are you saying Irish people aren't part of English society? Well, now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. Business of London money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try where at all possible to avoid getting myself in a tangle of trouble. You suggesting you're gonna leave the man there? Heavens alive, no, I was always intending to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. Whys and wherefores? Right you are, there were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling, or the wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do the same? Yes. Screamy says you're at the same time as the kingdom collapsing. Trying to find the scream, can bless my soul, what did I find? Child in there curled up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Say she was hiding herself. Aye, that's right. It's hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball. When our eyes met, well, my heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overacting this. Still and all, I pulled her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so I could have a wee chin wag with her. Seat opposite. That's right, just next to the dead gentleman there. Oh Jesus, this case is getting bad now. Alright, this guy did it. Sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So, I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see. But I was in the middle of talking before I heard another scream, a fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. First, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right there you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the skylight, you must have seen a young girl and gentleman with a knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not in fact see you at all, Mr. Goaded. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact the girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. Is this guy framing the girl now? He's the villain! He's the villain! The Irish! I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. I think he's framing the girl. Oh no! Certainly plausible. Defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature. Really confused perhaps with this young girl. After that, of course, with a scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Do wonder how you must be feeling, Mr. Naruto, being the defendant's lawyer, and yet finding myself as stunned as everyone else with this testimony. Let's just say it's trying. Certainly I had precious little time the time Mr. was goaded before the trial. Mustn't be dispirited, must try to learn all the facts we can. Arrived in London this morning, I didn't see my day panning out like this. Mr. Naruto, no grumbling even in your head. How did you know? On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and promptly nodded off.
Hold it!
When you first got into the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There we go. There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passengers out where I see. Aye, and that's why I took the back side as I did. It's most comfortable, so it is. You explain exactly what you mean by the back seat. By all means, just how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite the one in which the poor gentleman who was stabbed was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable seat and where I feel most at ease. Of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time as well. Gore allowed for weed scream. Alright, let's see. Really? No, we really can't press it. Yeah. I'm assuming the urchin was. Wait, what the fuck? Wow. That's blood, isn't it? Something wrong. Oh, it's just. Well, this bloodstain is so obvious, all, and yet Van Zeeks made no mention of it. Wow. Oh no, there's another murder! Wow. Suppose it does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this, Monkus? Let's see, look, should be in sound rather sound. Yes, two German side side. Yes, okay. See, there's a hand. Oh, dun dun. Oh, what the? All the luggage is gone. Oh no! Storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Christ. I'm assuming there's gonna be a part where there's a bloodied garments or whatever. Okay, yeah, that was all moved during the smoke bomb. Yeah, look at a dumb guy. Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Hold it!
I already did this one. Wish I could be faster on ones already pressed. This one seems a dumb one, press, but I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now just a queer thing. The scream I heard as I woke up came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under me backside. Good gracious. Under your backside. When I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubbyhole there for storage. Now, though, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course. The whole bus was submitted as evidence. This would be a very good time to have a thorough look inside. That's when I found her. Thank you, I've heard enough. That's as explained or clear in my mind, however, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. She's a chancer, earns a crust among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. Which person in Sherlock Holmes is Lestrade? I'm trying to remember which one. Commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, petty thief. Oh, it's the inspector. Okay. Ordar Auras. It's true, Miss Lestrade. Miss Lestrade, you answer the question. What a gun! 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 Judge is dead. Pepe Hans. Game over. Dory, what is the meaning of this? Gun! Gun! Ah. The girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. What the? Najutsu. Over here. Gracious, how? What the? What was the point of that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. I can't do a girl voice. This sturdy little dipper, you say, you got slipped up and got caught on the job. She got herself backed in the corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what's in your heads, isn't it? Not at all. It's court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast. Maybe more Scottish. Whatever. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs use weapons like that. All I need, what I do for is these fingers. I can't do fucking Becky's voice. She has to talk like Becky. Professional, right? Maybe not in your eyes, but I got pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns and weapons for thugs. Oh, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheel drags. Nice, innit? I like the pink best. Oh, do not wave that thing in my direction again. Time to do my drink. So, you admit that you were riding the omnibus the night in question. It's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. I won't murder your family now. You villain! Villain! It's alright, lass. You may answer it without your family being burnt alive. Terrible tragedy, really. Alright, yeah, it was just like the Irishman said. Court accepts this girl, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness to this case. Accordingly, young lady, we'll all hear your testimony if you please. We'll tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus the night in question. Or if I have to. What the girl saw. So I snuck inside the carriage before the horses are just like horses, like always. It was a right old waste of time. Got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I'll tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang nearly jumped out of me skin. I did, and the scream just came out. Bang. It's because of that this swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. I think a smoke bomb happened or something. We'll see. Yes, he let you go. I don't understand why you would let the street urchin go, Mr. McKillet. Oh, 'tis simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't have possibly killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. How? As I'm sure I said before, sir. I I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration's called for. We're not gonna notice the blood right now. This is where I sat that night. The cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Shouldn't the prosecutor be like, what the fuck? Yes, it does appear large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course, the wee lass was stuck in there. As I parked myself on the seat for the duration. So you see, that's why I let the glass bolt. If the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. Couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Pepe hands. You know, you must have realized your action resulted in your own innocence being called into question. Terrible tragedy, yes. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought it was worth taking a punt on my own good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. I am a hero. If anything, I'm the victim. Pepe, what a perfect gentleman. My lord, villain, this fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty behind his crime like this. Oh no, he's the villain! I'm waiting for him to scratch his face. Be like, I'm the villain, you fools. Oh, I'm ashamed of myself for ever doubting you, sir. Dun dun. Oh no, this is a trap card has been set on the field. Oh no. Oh no, stop the attack. Calm, calculated reasoning. One arrives clearly at the truth every time. Stop the attack. Wait, we don't want to win. Stop the attack. Saints alive. All 6 members of the jury consensual and they're leading to a verdict of not guilty. Wait. Oh no! We won! Oh no! Wow, no, this must, well, it must mean what? That we're victorious. Wow, oh no. Are we the baddies? Did we just excuse we've won, or are you sure?
Objection!
What the? He plays his trap card? Boot. The sight of my iron-heeled Wellington offends. Pray do forgive the discourtesy. What the? No one's ever used the boot trap card. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. The rabble have a voice. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission after the incident? Omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as a witness put it, was included in their investigation. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted black and white here in the police report. Wow. Good lord. Evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilded's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. What? Order, order! Oh, such a devious contrivance possibly affected counsel. Naturally must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened, however. I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Nipponese friend, and me, this carriage was submitted as evidence. Doubtless you examined it in fine detail as any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Time to lie to win the case. Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry. Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. Wow. Oh, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord Van Zeke, so no, villain. Why don't you tell him how he's crazy? Dun dun. He's using his face down card. Blackmail. Well, Counts, do you have anything to say on this matter? Is this one of those bad ends? Alright, let me see. What am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of low compartment under the seat in the omnibus? It was empty. Scotland Yard was wrong. If only it was Japanese investigators, we would have caught this. It was empty. Yes, I'm fairly sure it was empty. What else can I say? As I suspected, it seems, my lord, that this Eastern initiate has the scruples of a street wine merchant. So Naruhodo. Wow. Perfect. Why, this why the fella is representing me after all. Oh no, we're the baddies. Ah, of course, friend. He knows just what to say, does he not? Wow. We the baddies? Well, now it would seem the argument is moot. And the truth of the matter is, for all used on to see after all, that their cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart, so it is. Oh, we can be sure of at least. Wow. Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? Dun 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 dun! Oh, I should like the jury to weigh on this matter, I think. Does this get a bad end? Well, case closed. Form is designed as equipment used to maintain the smooth run of the carriage. Guild's rules state that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times, so it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in the question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. The money lending fleece and the pick purse are lying. What, I switched his card? Can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Quite so. I must concur here. What? Did we mirror force? My guys were in attack mode? Wait! My units! With calm, calculated reasoning, and one arrives clear at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. Before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Counsel for the defense, begin your question of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The balance of charges shifted almost beyond recognition. Rupert and Bailey is at work, it would seem. Let us duel with honor. Maybe I should just reload real fast and see the other alternate dialogue. I was being the bad guy there. I was being the bad guy. What? There was nothing in it. Really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause. This counts for the defense. As far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain there was a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, counsel? Ah, be whist! What are you saying now, you daft daw? I thought you were on my side here. What game are you playing? Your task is defend the man in the stand. Oh, okay. Why would you say something that compromises his position? Because I have character and honor, l'honneur. As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. It seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly as honestly as possible. Interesting. It's not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McYoded. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interests here, lad. Now then. Fella's memory is a curious thing and not altogether reliable. No, the court must consider the facts. That there cubby hole under the seat is as empty as a devil's heart, so it is. Alright, there we go, back to this dialogue. You think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit you might have been mistaken? Perhaps, winky face, that maybe you're not right. What if your sons are yeah, that's what it's saying now. Yeah, it goes back to the dialogue now. You guys suck. You guys would temper the jury. You guys would, you guys suck. You guys would bring some relative of theirs when they're trying to, like, be a star witness. You'd bring the guy's brother from Italy to this fucking whatever to the audience. You guys suck. You guys don't actually believe in the law. You guys fucking suck. You guys would hang Blue Radley. Anything else would you guys do? You guys all suck. Okay, here we go. The law isn't important. You guys would have hung Tom Robinson as well. You guys suck. You all suck. Stuck inside the garage where they booked up the horses like always. I don't waste the time, got nothing to show for me troubles that night. Tell you I can't see a blind thing in the high-priced pitch in there. My ear, this loud bang nearly jumped out of me skin, I did, and a scream just came out.
Hold it!
When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Wow. Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, made me jump, and you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right, and then I felt the cushion over me head get lighter all of a sudden, presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could have been equally been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, go, do you see what happened that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. Pushed up the cushion and a quick butcher while I had the chance, didn't I? Irishman was sitting up the bloke who had fallen to the floor in the seat opposite. Matches Mr. McGioder's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. Sunk back down again. It was too late by then. I should have never have risked looking. The swell found me. He did help me get away, mind. Couldn't see out into the cabin at all. Not a jot. Most days I pushed the cushion up with me head to look out the crack. When I can have a butcher who's gonna fiddle. Thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other ones, see. Most of the time the passengers blend themselves opposite. For some reason that night, yeah, the Sir Irishman spent the whole journey right over me head. Yeah, there's like several problems, because the chair that's above the storage is hard, but the other one is much better to sit on. And yeah, that guy purposely chose that one. Benji, best wife foods on Star Wars max 70 months. Damn Benji. For that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion out to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clink. Only place I hide in them carriages, so it's Upson's choice. Why didn't she just stick to picking people's pockets in the open there? Say there's some reason she's not letting on Jennifer Murphy. Anyways, I was a bit scared. Then to stick it out under there, nothing else for it.
Hold it!
When Mr. McGilder discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place. Scared stiff I was, he dragged me out and sat me down the seat and all, dwow, next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the bloke had a knife in his guts, he was still bleeding. Then the carriage lurched a bit and he ended up falling onto me. Dwow, oh, dwow. How awful. Both my hands get covered in blood, made me feel sick as a dog. both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you autonomously me goaded for a while. Is that correct? A while? Asked me some stuff, wanted to know me name and what I was up to and that. And I heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. But I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. And the horses were drawn up smart, just as your Irishman says. Get back under the seat. I will see that you can get away later. Wow. All 6 members of the jury decided the defendant was innocent. One brief shining moment, yes. Declared all stir very unsure. Could just find some conclusive piece of evidence on this new testimony. I'm sure we should clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. I have this niggling feeling. Wow, something's bothering me. Wow, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Wow. Can we press the statement where she got back under it? Yeah, you have to sometimes press all of them, and one of the previous statements I had to press a statement that had like no info in it. Already an omnibus before it set off in its run. Yeah, I mean, what's the point of spending a Joey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, innit? Which means there's no point spending money to make money. That should make sense. Counsel, may I remind you that the score is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her tenants. Well, that does clear up a little mystery. The fares and all, 4 paying passengers 5 pence apiece, making 20, which the cabman testified. One little scrape grace riding for free. That conk of a driver always goes for some grub over his last run to sea. That's when I slip in the carriage to get myself hidden under the seat, nice and easy, eh? Hiding place is a storage compartment full of equipment for the coach, no? Wow. Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. Always chuck all that on creme into a corner so no one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report found by the police officer first arrived at the scene, the compartment was full of such paraphernalia. Well, I don't know nothing about that, Dwayne. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hide under the seat, that's all I can tell you. Seems we reached the end of that line of inquiry. Continue.
Hold it!
The girl was 15 in the last case. I don't know why you guys keep adding numbers to her. The 15-year-old Russian girl, but you guys executed her anyway. Waste of time was that. The assistant's the 16-year-old. Well, most nights I'm on my own, God permit, at least some of the time. That's not potatoes, I'm sorry, I'll come 16 months. Beg your pardon, you say God permit? Oh yeah, well that's what me kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. The point is, any normal run the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you come out of your hiding place and get away. That's it, only that night. This cove was sat on me seat from the start, and he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch, I was totally stuck. You mean to tell us you were present in the carriage for the duration you were under the seat the entire time of the events unfolding in the closed cabin? Yeah. Right, mister? Oh, to be sure, I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift a cushion you've been sat on to find a child now, do you? So this Mrs. Strad couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I have to do this, yeah. Why isn't there somewhere else just yet? But since we're obvious, okay. Oh, good. So what was the last testimony?
Hold it!
Look, it's weird because there's a bunch of stuff in this here. Oh, maybe it's one of these. Back under CC, you can get away later. I assume there's no something missing. The rich guy's defense, like that stare, damn you.
Hold it!
His stare, damn you. What am I missing? I don't know how to present some of the misfindings. It's because their testimony is so vague, and then only when you press her you can see. Fuck.
Hold it! Sure, I was trying to think anyone. I spent the lift because you sat on find a chat now, do you? Ah, what am I missing this time? Excuse me!
Oops, I'm in the crypt. Hey, oops, I was just looking at her fucking coin. Oops. Say, did something spring to mind when you heard that last statement, perhaps? Oh no, I'm getting shot now, no! No, it seems not. Forget I asked.
Hold it!
I hate how this part. Okay. Check it all out and cram it in a corner somewhere. Okay, yes. Yeah, corner, yes, found compartments full. I know nothing about that. Fine. Move this stuff out? I don't understand. Did she throw it out or did she like... I don't understand what it wants me to do with that. Yeah, I don't understand.
Objection!
Oh, that's not it. Play is something on the last statement, yeah. It's because the statement on the testimony is that short 2-sentence. Please don't mind me. Significantly even lower your hand or until I prove my client's innocence, as long as it's quite quick. Do I not fucking press all of them? Alright. I get why you can't question the fuck, did I not press everything? I don't get why you can't question some of the statements that are in the press. Fuck. There's some like bizarre statements, but the game just doesn't care. Fuck. I don't understand this one. Do the next one again.
Hold it!
The fuck? Did I really? Okay, so stupid. Okay, I think I had to do press everything, then go back to this one. Because there's no way I missed this. Yeah, this is so dumb. Alright. Yeah, I think I have to press every statement, then go back and press this one. Because you definitely didn't do this. Okay. Yeah, so fucking dumb, that part.
Excuse me!
Yeah, because there's no way all of us could have missed that. Something wrong, Mr. McGilded. No, it's not only press all, it's press all, then go back to press the same one you press, and then he suddenly laughs. Okay. Do apologize. Something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering, Mr. Strahd's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. See me thinking something to yourself. Oh, no, it was nothing important. No, I was feeling bad for the poor lasses, all the Pepe hands. You son of a bitch! You son of a bitch! I know you did it! This tragedy. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I'm the victim! I'm the victim! I see, yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. Suppose it does, maybe. Mr. Strahd. Hear something that night, anything unusual noise, perhaps. Really? All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But Jappers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. Wow. What a pity. If only Mr. Strata heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes, what should we make of that last statement of hers? Profoundly important. My lord. I believe the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is profoundly important part. I'm almost sure of it. Or I'm almost sure I don't understand the inner workings of the Eastern Mind Council. In other words, you fucking racist! You're all racist! Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony repeating the last statement, please. What supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. It won't work on me. That's right, insult the judge. Always a good move. I was straining me ears to work out what was going on. All I can hear was snoring. So you were straining the ear. What was happening the entire time since the moment you hid yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry. Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the Kashama butchers to see what was what. But then when I saw the swell getting on, I had one in my head down so you wouldn't notice me. Mr. McGill had sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah, would you Adam and Eve it, eh? What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, I see. But would he? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pig's market, snoring like an old dog he was. Wow. Any conclusion to draw from that, I wonder? This Lestrade, what you've just told the court. Clearly at odds with the facts. It means he got on with the victim. At odds, are you sure, man? Absolutely. Seeing as my learned Japanese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. I think the guy was dead and he was sitting beside him the entire time. And then you put him on the other seat. And then did it. So Van Zieks realized it too. And the door was locked so no one could get in. Counsel, I must insist you bolster your claim with evidence or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. It's by you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGuided snoring. I think. Something else she should have heard. I don't know if I should show the door of the carriage or show the victim. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. Particular sound Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. Sound very clear in the presence of the following person. That poor people.
Take that!
Thrice fired Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, board in the omnibus. Order! Why does he say it like that? Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person aboard the omnibus was Mr. McGill did. That it was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. You'd best drop that questioning, sir. Eastern sir, winky face. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at time. You'd best not go any further, mister. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. No. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. It's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for the swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Oh. You know, a victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, ST3v3 Senpai from Star Connect 3 months. Or Steve Senpai. Huh. This is a sad statement. What she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Yes, this petty thief statement is clearly flawed. Lord Van Zeeks. Yes. He knew all too well there was an inconsistency with the Strat statement. Yeah. What same words of thanks are in order for my learned friend? What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. She's dead right. How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever, and this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that she's poor, she's evil. Oh no. She didn't even say anything. She just switched her vote. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars, Dwow. Either could I. Mr. Foreman. I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways, but I must say, cannot abide liars. Beep 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 beep. I think this is where the rich guy tries to throw the urchin under the bus. Here we go. Naruto, it's 5 jury members lean towards guilty. I play my Hollow Chalice card again to finish this. Your consideration for others is refreshing, my Nipponese friend. For the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for, you useless Eastern Adamant? Fuck you, buddy. Fuck you, buddy. This is carnage. It's perfect. Juror number 2 is the only one left, or else my life points go to 0. Naruto, the way this is going, I know. We can't find some new way to convince everyone Mr. McGill to the innocence. The judge will rule and will have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. No! Stop the attack, Celtic Guardian! Celtic Guardian. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to reveal a critical inconsistency in her story, however. We consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth. May shed an entirely new light on this whole case. Uh-oh, what are you saying? Am I throwing my client under the bus? Cancel? I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate you attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. Yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. I was about to say he got on at the same time as the other guy. I'm trying to see how this would work. Did I just lose light points? Oh no. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in a carriage after he was killed. Oops. Don't tell me my learned friend. What was the function of that obviously in your last sentence? Yeah? Well said, Lord Van Zooks. Obviously, it's troubling me also. No, that's really not the point. The point is the victim must have been moved in the carriage afterwards. Answer me this. How could a cadaver have been placed inside a moving carriage? Obviously, try not to penalize defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling. Starting to ramble more relevantly. There's evidently not heavy enough, judging from those Nipponese eyes. What the fuck? You motherfucker! I'll stab you! I'll fucking shank you! I'll see you again. I'll fucking shank you, buddy. This petty words are believed. How you explain it's alright, yada yada. I will fucking stab you! Clearly it was in there already from behind. Uh-oh. Another entrance. What was the function of that? Clearly in your last sentence. Oops. Oh, said Lord Van Zooks. Clearly. Okay. Let's be. Door wasn't open even once. The only explanation is the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way. I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. Oh, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other has only windows. Fixed windows cannot possibly open, in short. No entrance to the cabin other than the door. There could be. There's one possibility I haven't considered. Really. Yes, one way inside isn't the door. Another opening which allows the victim appear inside the closed cabin. Is it time with the sky thing? But is the sky thing removable? Let's identify the location for the court. Completely off base. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. You figure you would hear that, but whatever. Alright, I say the skylight.
Objection!
It is proposed almost has been lost words, so he was dumped in via the skylight. Alright.
Objection!
Skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through. Claim of shred evidence support your addle-brained theory. Both Mr. Gilda and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. Each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as a noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, in which has already been explained. It was the sound of the victim falling from a seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but when a man slipping from the seat on the floor rarely made such a loud noise. Miss Lestrade. Noise now enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Gracious. Perhaps, in fact, At the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. Victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it. You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. Simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimony. Well, yes, that's the true, but... I'm the villain. I, the humble fella, make a wee comment here. Mr. McGill did. To be sure now, the two fellas who were sat on the roof that testified before said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that 'tis not so much a case of them not saying. Aye. 'Tis a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having some tongue compelling reason not to mention what happened. Was yous not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oomph. Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Oh. That's what exactly you insinuating here, you blitherer. You rotter, he said, you rotter, what are you insinuating? This is a flaming outrage. I've a good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shine in a minute, he said, so will I, Mr. Flareplay. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and a well-respected banker, we would never lie. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace, it's scandalous, I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too about you, you rotten scoundrel. Order, set the time, witnesses. I would not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But let this be wrong reason, my lord. That's outrageous. Hey, it's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord Von Zeeks. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Copies on restoring 45 months. J'accuse. Never intended to. Seems, young Nipponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You propose to this court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. Hypothesis cannot possibly stand well at the rooftop passenger being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. The British courts of laws would term the baseless accusation. I was rash to put the idea forward without any actual evidence, but can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get him to testify! I thought there was something fishy about that hat the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or other. There's filth and rubbish in our mess. We must dispose of it at once. The rabble. The rabble. It's you guys. What's happened, Mr. Naruto? Spectators in public gallery, they're in a complete frenzy. It's a fair play, Mr. First. My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony in reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. I was set up. Wow. Damn you, Miss Gilda, damn you! There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. How terrible, tragic. A mere poor rich man getting framed by these poor people. You always have enemies, I say. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, none of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. Skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. Couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Oh, I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine. Either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see. We're innocent, I tell you. But logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you are in collusion with one another. What? Hey! According to investigation by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich! This guy. Oh, something doesn't feel right here. Trial's going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Dwown, because the trap card was placed earlier. Counsel for the defense, over to your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. So many trap cards on the field, but we have no fucking board clear. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive, I swear to that. What do you think happened where we were sitting? Don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, none of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. Couldn't possibly open. You're so sure the victim fell through the sky. Where's your proof?
Hold it!
Quite certain about that. Skylight was shut the entire time. I'm gonna lose my block with you in a minute. He's gonna lose his rag with you in a minute, that's what he said. Take a look for yourself, go on. See, it's shut fast now like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it still and all. What? I'm just looking at the size of the thing, you understand. You son of a bitch, you did it! Oh, now you hold on a minute there, sir. The size of the thing means nothing. Alright, so let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself a bit as it happens, the fuck. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Well, I meant to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I was red as a rouge, I did. Were you expecting me to sentence you? Oh no, sir, the point is, skylight can't be open. I tried when I was inside the cabin of shame.
Right. Excuse me.
Alright, death penalty for that guy. You have something to say about that, Mr. Strahd. I can't believe you'd fart in a closed cabin. Death penalty. Mr. Strahd. It opens. Oh. It says skylight. That is what we're talking about, right? Don't shoot! Shoot a gun! Everyone knows the police officer's shooting. No! Oh, them skylights open dead easy. Or easier than you can load that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, you can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck one of them drags, and I had a great haul. I mean, I had purses coming out in years. So, Strahd, this is not the forum to eulogize on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise to me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was use the skylight, open the hatch, and jumped right in. What? Yeah, the catch for them skylights on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. Skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff, climb up on the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. Oh my god, he's setting up those poor men! Oh no! The rich always win. Why do we ever fight the rich? Oh, my hat. See? The rich never lose! This trap card was on the field for 10 turns. Order, so appear the street girl statement is quite true. Don't believe it, the skylight opens. And from the roof deck, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the defense, please continue your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So, the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Scanner was fastened shut before. Catch has been undone, we should be able to open it. Since I had a carriage through the opening, this was a lamp in the closet. It's true witness to be able to see quite clearly. It's not good for us. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruto. Someone like me. Ah, what is it? Look just here, look at this. That's without question. It's blood. Why would there be bloodstain here? Surely. It can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
Objection!
On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. Immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof. Remains clearly visible on the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug! Oh, you can't possibly have any evidence. Oh, you can't! I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you, it's impossible! Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. What the fuck? Counsel? My lord? Believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here, Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence which you allude? Out to the roof deck through the skylight. It's not open right now. I'm an idiot. No, we were looking the wrong way. Yes, it does open very wide, does it? Yes, you idiot. Someone like me, yada yada. This here, look at this. That's without question. Just blood, yes, I wanted to be let's show it. Am I not? Oh fuck, I'm pressing A as in the do it. Oh, it's not presented. Okay.
Got it!
Jupiter's up. Blood. Bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? Secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. So it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabinet itself at the time, could not possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Order! But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that one peculiar spot in the skylight, sure, and that would be very convenient. Wow. Oh. And let's keep it in mind the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? Terrible tragedy, really. But. There's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Oh, why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seat sisters? Oh no, this is the trap card he did. Oh no! Oh no! What does face down trap card he activated in the smoke screen? Oh no! Oh, what do we have here, lads? Terrible tragedy. Terrible. It's all too plain if you see his trap card. Oh no! It's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a fair height right there. So it is. Terrible shame, really. What the? What? No! But it can't be. This all lies.
Hold it!
His trap card, my fellow jury members. I think we could all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocent, can't we? What the law? What a play! His trap card was activated, negating everything. I believe we can, yes sir. It's clearly been out where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. Oh, so they thought they could pull the wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful part couldn't have done such a thing. 1, 3 then, everyone. 1, 2, 8. Stop the attack! No! 3. Stop!
Objection!
Posito Storm for like 85 months. Chillin' performance, Mr. McGilded. What? He's playing his counter trap. This is his last shot to win. He's the guy in the defensive. Oh, and what right may you referring to there now, Lord Van Zeeks? Bloodstain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. He's trying to reverse time machine this trap. What does he countering his trap card? No, it's because the evidence was tampered with, so the Scotland Yard files don't have that. What are you talking about? So yeah, it was never moved through the skylight, was it? It's all for there, all to see. It's clearly blood.
Objection!
Personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. Officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. So I can state with absolute surety. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage, at least not until this trial began. But your suggestion, Lord Van Zeeks, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session. What? Hey, what a palaver. I must say I didn't expect this crew. Fuck, I'm wrong, but good reasoning from a prosecutor standing, Lord Van Zeeks. But I am Magnus McGilded, a fella known all over the capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. Yeah, this guy's actually the good guy. We're the dumbass. Very adept when it comes to avoid getting your own hands dirty. Each time it happens, a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Oh wait, Panda, Storm, welcome back. 104 months of a tier 3. Let me skim, there we go. Adapt the facts, what does that even mean? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. Toast your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. I don't know what you mean, sir. Tut tut, Lord Van Zeeks, this will not do, to be sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say this all does sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? Wow. But if yous will all cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time? How could anyone have possibly put a smear of blood in it without the word and his wife seeing? Wow. Isn't that right now, counsel? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view of the entire court's been in session. My learned friend. Here's to hear your opinion on this matter, in your own words. Can I get a bad end yet? As you wish. Someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial. If you're asking me, I think... Fuck. Alright, I don't think this... I think it's just... Yeah, it's a fake choice. No. Case closed. Out of the question. Wow. No. You're alright, Mr. Naruto. You've fallen silent. I want to say that's out of the question. I mean, has to be, doesn't it? But for some reason, I just can't bring myself to say, just take the win! Take the W! The omnibus in full view of everyone in the courtroom the entire time. It's out of the question that someone could have tampered with it, surely, isn't it? Oh my, you don't think? He's our client! The rich guy might have actually been possible. No! We can't do this, you fool! As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best I can. But still, I feel as though something even more important at stake here. Fuck the truth. Just get the W! Just get the W! Take the W and run! No evidence suggests the defendant did what my learned friend suggest. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there's one possibility. Yes, smoke bomb, yes, okay, come on. Good gracious, explain yourself, counsel. No! Stop the attack, you fool! You're destroying your own defense! Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nipponese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. No! Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What is going on? Careful, Miss Naruto. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Wow. Hereby call emergency recess. Bailiff, charge defense and custody. Clear the courtroom. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, ye rotten feckless gouger? Feckless gouger? You're supposed to be defending me. It's a wicked plot, just a plot to undermine me, so it is. Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as... To start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I've said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Oh, unfortunately, Lord Van Zieks, no one's able to corroborate your claims. It's true. The omnibus first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is a result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think, Sora? About the omnibus. Anything else unusual about the omnibus? But we're supposed to take the W, my lord. Yes, counsel. There is one further inconsistency. Mark that Shirley could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare betray me, you little maggot, you'd better start watching your back. The Irish monkeys. Better watch out in Ireland, we'll get you, Silence McGilded. Court awaits defense clarification. Let's try to keep swinging one way then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? Shall I have to ask you to elaborate, counsel? It's either alleged Mario claim appeared at some point during the trial. Oops, fuck, I pressed A instead of X, so then you start talking about, yeah.
Got it!
We consider the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cabin. You would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Well said. Although as advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least one possibility the evidence is fake. No, we had to win. We had to win, Pepe Hens. We had the W. We just threw the game. Yeah! Wow, rich people rage. This trial is over. Mr. McGilded. I done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell you. Memory recollection, what people think they saw. It's all a nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is the bloodstain is there now. Ah well. And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so I am. I'm the victim. I'd thought better of Lord Van Zieks. I'm the victim here. Us rich people, always victimized. Well, my lord. I must concur with the defendant. The affirmed recollection of the individual cannot stand as evidence. This moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence, and in the absence of any credible method by which proof is alleged in previous non-existence, I get to say it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Zieks, what is your position? Game over. Prosecution, my lord. Has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, to proceed to my adjudication. Formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defenders. Wait, I thought we're supposed to wait on the jury. Did the jury change their votes? Huh? Wait, what's going on? Or is this, oh, is it a mistrial? Formality. I think it's in the moment it seems, oh, okay, yeah. Miss McGill will be found not guilty, yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right call? Damn it, do I nuke my own, attack my own monster? It's really alright for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies. Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be good. You vote. Wait, I'm gonna fucking fuck this innocent. Let's just go for the innocent vote. Alright, let's just fucking take the money, take the bag. Feels okay. He's innocent. Thanks for the money, Mr. McGould. Mr. McGould's legal representative. I can't breathe. The air in here is stifling. But I'm this man's defense lawyer. There's only one thing I can say in this situation. I believe the defendant, Magnus McGilded, to be innocent of the allegations brought against him. Feels okay. There we go. Thank you, counsel. Is he about to throw it? Oh no, he's about to throw it! Here's to you, my Nipponese friend, and the most abject closing I've yet to hear in a court of law. Fuck, your honor, I'm taking the money order. Sir, we haven't actually done the verdict yet. Sir, you're not supposed to laugh. Oh, it was a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. You've saved one of London's most influential gentlemen, fella. Ye should be proud of yourself. Here, have this for your troubles. Don't spend it all in one place. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so ye have. Game of what do you mean? 'Tis just as the right honourable gentleman so succinctly put it before. The trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. Oh, this is one of the bad ends. Sir, why is he laughing evilly? I really don't know what to make of all this. Evidence we see in January, or was it fake? Lordship would be fuming. Any unseemly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I say. Stinking rich are always guilty of something, you mark my words. Feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us a lovely park. Now the proceedings have unfolded in this way. I'm compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, court must accept the defendant's plea. What a nice guy. Wow, rich people are so cool. Thank you kindly, my lord. Hereby pronounce verdict of court. What? But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain and anomalous general. Now wait, so if I reload and pick the other option, does it just skip to this scene? We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. Oh, it's the exact same. Oh, I always say, oh, okay, it's the same scene. Okay. These witnesses telling the truth or a pack of lies. No idea about the truth. Oh yeah, that formality speech was weird. Yeah. I was wondering about that formality part. Yeah, I think he says that, so it doesn't matter what I say. Yeah. Defendant could be guilty. To advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded, however, this moment in time, I cannot on all good conscience attest to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence in the question. Are you sound mind? Yeah, it goes to this. Okay. Grand decision, point your lawyer, grand decision. Yeah, it's weird. I didn't expect quite an exciting spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. He gives that to me anyway. Job here is done, yes. Okay, does the same speech. Does the other guy say something different? Wait, so the other guy doesn't even talk to me? Wait, does Zahn whatever doesn't even talk to me? Oh wow, it skips Von Zieks or whatever dialogue. Yeah. Yeah, doesn't give him a line. I mean, he's such a nice guy. He's paying his lawyer right in front of us. What a nice guy. View is okay. Don't spend it all in one place, kid. Okay, Lord Van Zieks. My lord? Case made by prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. You fucked it up more than the OJ case. Jesus, man. Indeed, the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with. Prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord.
Objection!
But wait. We're evacuated from the courtroom. Lord Von Zieks ordered the evidence to be secured. Right, the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. Culpability of the defendant has not at the present time been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required for judgment. But... well, Lord Van Zieks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. For you, my dear fella, I couldn't ask for a better defense. You mean to tell me it's all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded. Oh, good grief, you've more to say to me, have ye? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. There's something to be looking forward to then. This guy seems a little evil. Everyone's like, huh. Hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus McGilded. Not good. We won! Whoa! We won another win! As we high-five each other. Whoa! Whoa! Get shit on, losers! Let the poor people put their hands. The poor people. Let the poor lose again and the rich win again. Can't believe it! It's an outrageous to examine the evidence more. What are you talking about, man? It's been cleared. He's innocent. Good old rich people. Courtroom pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. My first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. We win! Defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. See, the good old Irish. See, Irish people can't be villains. 18th February. Chamber. So it was a long trial. Ah, yes, it was. First ever trial in foreign, so in your first victory. Just a wonderful performance. I knew I could trust rich people. Feels okay. They would never screw us little men over. Heartfelt congratulations. The little people will always be taken care of. Thanks to you, Miss Susanoo. Miss Susanoo, thank you for your assistance. Suppose we should be happy. Trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. Isn't it wrong? I mean, who's actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did! I'm a free man, lad! Mr. McGill, well, that girl's probably dead or gonna go missing. A liability now, girls with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks they do be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure yous must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Finest fireworks I've ever seen. Yes, definitely. Heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. Oh, what on earth have you seen, Bella? How did I walk out of there a free man then? If anything, you are to thank for this situation. Don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong. Just water under the bridge. Well, congratulations, Mr. McGill, on having your name cleared. Nothing's resolved. See you later, Roby. There's only one thing that matters to me, Aye. They've all seen that I didn't do that odious and obstinate deed. 'Tis grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellas of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be frying a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. Oh no! Yes, everyone! Is he gonna whisper in my ear now that he did it? I am the fucking killer. It's not that funny. I thought it was pretty funny. So then, as we agreed aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Oh, bewitched, your humble people are ye from the east? Well, if you insist. But after still and all, you deserve a reward. I would need the 1,000 guineas. I could have been in his pocket. Mr. Magnus McGolded, what? Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Wow. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again now. Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part any more of this matter now, but as an upstanding member of London society, do my best to help out where I can. Just a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fare thee well. 'Twas an absolute pleasure, me news. I hope you have a whale of a time where you're studying here in Great Britain. There he goes, a free man. I forgot she was here too. Gone! 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 Don't move. What does someone say get a move? I'm like looking at the box art. It really does take forever to load that thing. Let's see who's on it. Let's see Kazuma's on it. Mr. Stroud, you mind putting that thing down? You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I hate all the grown-ups. Ah, there you are. Oh, wait, this chick's in the... Wait, I think this chick's in the box, is she? I think so. Naughty running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl? Yeah. Taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ah. What the? What do you want to play? Won't beat me. Yeah, excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White, and more white. You have to be shrouded in smoke. Blue is a pretty color, I thought to myself. What do we have to be shrouded in smoke, though? At all? Just took my eyes up for a moment when I saw us change into a different omnibus and she pinchered it. Luckily, I fitted in with a telegraphic beacon. Was it? What? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Anyway, you just come with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? Look at the Syria. The party tomorrow should be a Predator. the Arnold one. Is it 1987? I don't know which SpongeBob episode. I'll try to update the title tomorrow. Oh, she's 17. I thought she was 15, but... odd. Did they change her age? Yeah, they said 15, but oh, she's actually 17. Okay. For apologies, of course, silly. The technician, what you mean? Say sorry. You say so when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Cool on then, follow me. Fine, have it your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. Really sure that's what she wants to do, not get shot by a massive gun of yours. I'll be leaving now then, bye bye. Sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now, too? You're right, but... where to? Oh. I haven't had time to find a place to stay. Soon we're out of London, we have to rush here. Easiest case of our lives. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. Originally planned to spend today in search of lodgings, but it's still later in the day. I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. First comes worst, heard of a lovely park where you could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. It'll be a little chilly at this time of the year, but our youthfulness will see us through. Not so sure about that. Midwinter London might freeze in for us as easily as an elder one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. I'm starting to regret turning this from McGilded down. 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room. A mansion. Only we had the money. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, wow, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of the Bailey had warned. The case was far from over, wow, I am the real villain. Wow.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade! Water! Bring water! Quick!
Terrible tragedy.
What the? How did this happen?
Terrible tragedy.
By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
Terrible tragedy.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we
Terrible,
started investigating.
terrible.
No.
Wait, wow?
God. There's someone in there.
Wait, is it the rich guy then? Wait. But rich people can't die. Well. You'll probably find out this episode might be McGilded himself. Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. Alright. Let me start until we get a song and then I'll be right back. Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
Stealth assassin. British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's offices. Sleep last night, Mr. Naruto? No, not at all. It's an enormous hotel, wasn't it? These are so luxurious, felt like we were staying in a palace. While the gas lights twinkling was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. Why the enormous spans? After my time in the SS Bury, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. And the entire night rolling one set of mattress to the other. If the court record isn't anything yet. 16, yes, okay. Yes, really was a sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except, now that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. But it was so impressive, the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. A lodging house in Japan that some money would put a roof over your head a whole year. Did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Oh, never mind. Let's find some more affordable legends straight away, though. Not cover the entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Alright, London's a scary place. What are you two at this early hour? Wow, not a villain. Yes, well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Savason's mage is about an eyelid even in the presence of opposing Lord Strongheart. I'm a good guy, damn you. I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruto had performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of events. You have conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh, no longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now. On view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case already. Nothing drains a lawyer better than practical experience, I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. Let's come to terms with it. The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Who was in the stupid coach? Completely defendant at present time established by this criteria. Consequently, the jury will not be required for a judgment. Lord Van Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. For you, my dear fella. Couldn't have asked for a better defense. Sir, you're not supposed to laugh, sir, before the trial's over, sir. Sir, we're still on trial. Can't help wondering if Mr. McGilded really was innocent. Naruhodo, it's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth, and then trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer, sorry. Is he dead? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Agnes McGill passed away. I immediately followed the trial, yes. No, what? Mr. McGilded is dead. I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds till my next engagement. Time enough to talk. I don't understand what happened. How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled in the courtroom. Yes, of course, that was the scene of the crime which McGill had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. Now, could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. Police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. It's awful. The man must have slipped inside where the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. The bailiff really needs to pay more attention. How could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Taken back now. Immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention go back in the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? Gonna examine the omnibus, so I'm told. Asked if I could be present for it myself. You know, I'm not buying it until they show it later. Inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge, I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage, but who is Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that down. Wow, the yard is making a thorough investigation. Everyone's paid off, damn you. This matter no longer a concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Oh, Mr. McGilded. How did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Well, I don't know. I mean, it was, wow. Mr. Naruto means all experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. Really, we're part of our own judicial system in Japan, which is a few short decades old. Master Sato-san is such a way of words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Judicial system here is almost the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. All hail Britannia. Most advanced in the world, is it? Fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple, that was simple. As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. Wow, I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Stronach, but the case was anything but simple. Circumstances of the case were so incriminating I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Oh, I'm not a villain. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. That can only be attributed to exceptional talent, would you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Oh, never mind. You exceed my expectation of freedom, that much is an undeniable truth. Precisely why I prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Wow. Let's give us more detail. We're being a scapegoat for something. What's the details of the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me it's a murder and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Starts in 20, actually. Don't worry, it's not so alarming as urgent as your last assignment. In fact, the case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did you just read my mind? How to say no one has died as yet? Wow, as it pulls out again and shoots someone across the street. Who could have done this? Damn you! Nobody is dead yet. Trial will not be today. There's plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. Trial's tomorrow. Bang! Well, better prepare. 23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise. Huh. So the trial's tomorrow then. Is everything alright? Oh yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was, well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Mr. Naruto, I don't know if I could face stand in that courtroom after Mr. McGilded's trial. Yes, I nearly forgot there's one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Situation remains unchanged. The trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. If that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Not 395, so we're starting with back 3 years. Time's up. Time is up, you have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. It is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds till the court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours. He said there was plenty of time. One more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? Yesterday you remarked upon something. You intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I'd be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now he's gonna like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing. Oh. Another thing? Continue. On the way here, on the steamship, you said something to me. Something very important I have to do. Something very important. What exactly would that be? You never had a chance to tell me. Suppose he would have done if he'd ever made it to the Great Britain. Out of time. Well, thank you for your enlightening discussion. Bye. So, Mr. Naruto, what's all this about? So he never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you to both focus your attentions on the matter at hand. Taking a liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of this case, he'll be able to apprise you with the details. Well, give me that food. How long has he been there? So I wish you the best of luck. I bid you farewell until the last trial where I'm the villain. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-san, what did you mean? Wish I knew, but honestly, never told me. Anyway, better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I wouldn't just imagine it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. I'm gonna be right back. While you guys look at him eat. Maybe I should get a snack. I want some of those. I'll be right back. Finally a quick break. Nom 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 nom. Of course it's infinite. The British Empire have the best technology. Of course it's infinite, you banana. Give me some of those fries. The British developed in the late 1800s the ability to have infinite fries, alright? If only we were all part of the British Empire. What a glorious empire. Damn Brits. we trouble you? Chips, whatever you want to call it. What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gentine out of your head, you know? Yeah, Sass-san told me it was foolproof. A busy man, a very busy man. Nom nom nom. Crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having the likes of you just talking to. I'm ever so sorry. Imagine what the other officers there will be saying. Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? Oh, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. All because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Well, that ripping sounds my reputation at the yard going to tatters. I read the rippers part as well. I believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhiro, defense lawyer, hey? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruto's judicial Sue. Eh? Is he gonna simp for her? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It's unreasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did you pull that off? So, my Lord Stronghart has asked me to fill you in on the case. Name's Tobias Gregson, Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson, I'm Inspector Gregson. What's the matter with Sato-san? The detective name means something to her. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man Sato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact, very well. Yes, he features prominently the adventures of Sherlock Holmes in that publication. What's it called again? Rand's magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really, you rival the great Mr. Sholmes, that's incredible. Oh, well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, he does come up with the goods time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, inspectors, and you've earned his highest praise. Gregson's the pick of a bad lot of all Scotland Yarders, those were his own words. That's his highest praise? Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. Oh, he is not. Thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? Oh, I have to admit that I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand and my reputation at Yard went through the roof. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, it is not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now, whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors. Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. Fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh, do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper, so I can't exactly catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. I'm sure eggs is eggs. Chia Pappy thermos like 37 months. Good feeling this tent could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps sun and rising fame does change people. Not the case the Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Not to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the Yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means... As far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. Wish we were wrong about that, but nasty feeling you're right. Like one was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. No! Yeah, we'll probably be doing a rise next month. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. Spick, what sort of coward attacked the poor one from behind? Suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with Susato takedown, would you? Neither here nor there, Mr. Naruto. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after summoning a world investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. Must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. That's reliable witness to recognize the person in question. Let me stop right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry, nothing you can do. No way to help the bloke now. However, not. Simple. Prosecutor has been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barak von Zeeks. Now, sounds like you've heard of him then. Very familiar with Lord Van Zeeks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself, the Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak von Zeeks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Miguel would have told us about him before the trial, didn't he? Lord Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution to call the accused as sacrificial lambs. In every single trial in which he's been prosecuted, the accused has been damned. Reaper of the Bailey nickname. I suppose he's earned that because they already defend the advocates against found guilty, is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord Van Zeeks, Naruto secured a verdict of not guilty. What of it? Oh, well, I think that means even against Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to say defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Highness McGilded became a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. You can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Van Zeeks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. That's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. Yeah, I'd get long thinking about that if I were you. There's probably someone else in it. So until we see, like, the actual evidence, yeah. Really supposed to believe that. Right, well, I've filled you in a request and I'm very nearly out of chips. I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where an incident took place. Correct, ma'am, and if you head over to the Olden cells, you can meet the criminal himself. Brandon, I'm a criminal already. He's as good as shaking like a leaf in a cell he is. He'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. Inmate 53, speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53, thank you. I remember one flaw in the Phoenix Wright games is the Holden cell is the same in every fucking game. So I don't know how many games in a row, like every single case. Like I get you're supposed to talk to your client in the cell, but I don't think they change it almost at all. Yeah, they have the exact same scene when where they hold the culprit or whatever. Like same bailiff location, yeah, same everything. It's the exact same room. But yeah, this game obviously hasn't used it because every trial's been different, but no upping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Something troubling you, Mr. Naruto. Tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. It takes courage, too. The man they've arrested is innocent. Could well imagine how he could shake him like a leaf in a cell. Not for one wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. Really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. I'd like to try, so I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? I really think you have to ask. After all, I'm your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes, let's go. Yeah, that needle pump. Alright. Damn, this is a different home site because it's old. I mean, the game is weird because this is the first trial in the game where you have investigation and trial, I'm assuming. So the first episode was trial, second episode was just investigation, then third chapter was just the trial. These are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, I haven't experienced it in Japan myself. Sure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruto. You're making it seem worse. Apparently our client is in the cell here. So dark in the back there, can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative here to see you. Stop by at the back of the cell and show your face at once, am I? My cat, as yet with no name, calling me by a number. It's utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. Oh, is this gonna be a poet? I refuse to answer. Sir Naruto, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? Trade of complaints was in Japanese. Wow. Who the hell? What's with that disguise? Excuse me, but who? Quiet! I've not seen Predator before. I'm aware of what happens. They're all around hiding, I know they are. They're watching, listening, even now. I can sense it. What? Who's listening? Who's listening? Right. So can I ask you exactly? There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. Ghost. I mean, you know harm, prisoner-san, are you? Prisoner-san. Are you Japanese? Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. Ah, yeah, 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 we're all weebs here. Ah, yeah, 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 yeah. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. It's fine, we're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it, it's been 12 long months since I left my hometown. Here I am, frightful fix in a foreign land. Hearing the sweet sentimental tones of compatriots' voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. I could have guessed that this new clan soul with strong art assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese. What compassion my fellow countrymen show. Dispatch a first-class order all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble nurture never fail in Nippon. First-class lawyer, oh dear. I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind to tell us what's happened? Detained as a suspect, for example. Yes, yes, I can, I will. Can't stay sullen and silent. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. Just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Here to cooperation on the lower, and as you said, my name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm Naruhodo Sanjudicial Assistant to Satomi Kotoba. I am resident student sent here by our government. Notably notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Soseki Natsume, someone unusual name. Call me Soseki, it's a fucking poet, please. I'm a poet, you see, a writer of haiku. Fuck these guys, fuck the poets. But sir, I say we burn the poets. You know what, you're right, you guys are right. I say we burn the poets. Something of a nom de plume. Nom de plume mean an alias. Right, Naruhodo-san. No, don't be so prosaic. I'm much more refined than that. And haiku, as that really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say you were a visiting student sent to you over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago I was told to go and study English. First I had to suffer that misery, and now this. Beyond the pale. Suffer that misery. I don't want to study here. Oh, I mean, I've had an interesting Great Britain for some time, of course. But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it. No. What do you mean? Told me to study English literature. That I could have understood. That's my field. No, they told me to study the English language. Utterly unbelievable, unjustly unreasonable. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report about my first year here. Tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy. He must have been a man of great standing. Yes, well, so I'm often told. I often like to be told, it seems. Perhaps tell us exactly where you've been arrested, Soseki-san. I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Oh no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? She was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes. You mean you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. It's gonna be like you guys. I ain't saying nothing. But let me see his real life photo. Let's see. You guys in your... I don't snitch, sir. You're gonna like get yourself off? Nope. I don't say nothing. See the person who did it? You think I'd be locked up in there? Seems this case kind of rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly inexcusably irritating and inconvenient. Seki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. So why don't we find out more about the case? Cursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. Went with the bookstore to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't cursed too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and I went out to overtake her. Wow. The knifer. She allowed a little scream and collapsed onto the cold slabs of stone at my feet. The knifer, monks. So she's a little big. She's not a wide people. Oh, terrible. Called out to the one, she didn't move. Well, it was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. She's not even that huge. Jesus, good God, sir. Men got, sir. Terrified I had to get away from there. Not even that big, right? So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my cursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was a shameful, I know, to run away like that. Soseki-san was a victim and acquaintance of yours. Don't be ridiculous. You think I know any of these fair-haired English? Young woman at that. I'm different, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people, I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. Time it happened. Who else did you see nearby? Did anyone pass you? Incredibly. Apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one assassin. Great. The victim was unknown to you and there was nobody else in the street at the time. Creates something out of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? He means Soseki-san, what's the conundrum? Well, if it's Soseki-san just told us it's true, there's some I can't explain. He says he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. And he apparently fled without having been seen. But I did! If that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Look, you! What did you just say? Nothing, I didn't say anything. Oops, perhaps I thought a little loudly. That's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry, he didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him, so how did the police ever discover he was there in the first place? Oh yeah, she's right. It was him. Cursed great detective. Led the police to me. Oh, of all the bad luck Sholmes, cursed great detective could it be? Never forgive that man's name as long as I live, with his hearty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody, be gone. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes. I knew it. Mr. Sholmes. I didn't expect to hear the name from this man's lips, that's for sure. Morning after the nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me, I was not a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst in through the door. Started shouting at me, "This police, put the weapon down." Didn't silver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. Play had a trying morning yesterday. There was in the middle of all that policeman, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Holmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes, he's English. So it's found out he's a famous name and detective here in London. Great detective is really well known. Overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts apparently. Thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman, me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what great deduction process led this conclusion this time. Mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason police arrested you. That would be really most unreasonable. Well, thing is, we touched everything with your hands, thrown into a panic when they barged our way in. Of course you were, that's only natural. Terrified and trembling, they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign film flummery. We're in England, can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, good point. My mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes I do, oops, and I'm fine. Next thing I knew I was in menopause. Before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Gee, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine, he's not fine now. Naruto Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruto. We're speaking English, simple mysteries more enough. Yes, well, alright, yes. They've really got to me. This country is poison in my mind. Please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Friend? Friend? As I walk away. Meh. Well, why does Sora say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. Student? Defending a case in the Old Bailey, only the one though. This moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. Confused about what justice in this country even means. Naruto-san, not even a foreign student is supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. There are men, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. Keepsake from the man who should have been here, he was my best friend. Keepsake. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, what do you mean? Lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me. Goodness, why? Why do you say that? Same reason as you noted before. When it happened, there was only the victim and myself around. I ran away from the scene of the crime. Not a fool, I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. Anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them, someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, and my ears shut without any complication at all. Any trial for this man will be a very waste of time, and of course, foreigner day. It seemed that the gall to say the man doesn't even understand half of what's being said anyway. It's awful. They were wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there in the streets. Traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. No one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So at the very least, if I can trust my fate, someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? Look in your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Seki-san is just set. Give me a little time, please. Do what I can for the time being. Remember that. Shit. Investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. Find some clues that will give us a much better chance of sure. Yes, thank you. I'll be here all alone waiting for you. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Should go in the Naruhodo-san. Place to prepare for. British are the good guys, good old British people. This is where it happened. Snowman. Oh, cold. Like Mr. Naruhodo. Regular man, no helmets, and it's mistakable. And a Scotland Yard here to investigate as we speak. That is their job, you know. Mr. Naruto, see one with my own eyes. Having depicted in Adventures of Hairlock Shell, never dreamt it'd come this close. Real Bobby's helmet. Whenever I think of Bobby's helmet, there's an advertisement I think mock and you wouldn't download a car. Because I think it just escalates it until would you murder a copper and then would you take a dump in the copper's bobby or helmet and then deliver it to the widow. It just keeps escalating. It's like a parody of the ad. Okay. It's a parody of the you wouldn't download a car ad, damn you. And steal it again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, of course. I'll have to try it one day. I hope your Hattie dream comes true. Yeah, it's from the IT crowd, is it? The skit? It's the one where you wouldn't murder a cop, take his hat, deliver it to the widow, and then take it again. Okay. What's a Japanese delegation doing here? Back to Greg's. Now I want food now. It's in a tourist trail, I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Of course, we're here to investigate. I hope this investigate goes faster than some of the games. Yeah, one of the weak points of a lot of the Phoenix Wright games is the investigation, sadly. But in a hold and solves, what do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put Inspector. He's a suspect. And we'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Damn you, people! You Japanese and your numbers. Well, do what you will, it doesn't bother me. The bloke's in the court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. A stone court of rejection. Descartes, London's Tangiers full of stone quarter, that makes it worse somehow. That's Scotland Yard Inspector. Ever since I read about the adventures of Hairlock Shaw, I've been fascinated by the place. Yard is the most sophisticated police and organization found anywhere in the world, ma'am. Well, you know, I always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make him look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. So I may get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense duty protecting the city. Yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Really. First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all labourers on his beat so they can get off to work while he wakes people up. Yup, raps on their windows of a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. I've no idea. Bobby works for the people of the town, another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. Has to cover 20 miles a day at regulation distance. Can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately a distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. Are those cities that close together? Are they like merged nowadays? Wait, if they were only 20 miles apart 120 years ago, is it just all city between the two now? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, because that's not very long, and yeah, if a city grows outwards, it is basically the same place, yeah. On foot, that's definitely taking things a step too far. Gets dark, of course. He has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. I suppose in between all those duties, Bob is expected to investigate cases as well. Chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not sure you'd call it in between exactly, more alongside. But yes. Expected to handle those jobs as well. You have men killing over time to time, I admit. Always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. It's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruto. Heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. Happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago, just there, in that open bit of pavement. Victim, a young woman was stabbed with a blade from behind. I want to see how big this chick is. I don't know if that photo does it justice. So right, the lady's still unconscious now. You mentioned she's being treated in a hospital. We haven't seen her yet. Never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find much about her at all. So that means I haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area app now on me. You can take it if you want. Really, are you sure? Hard policy to give lawyers, defendants, suspects the odd bit of information I go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. As far as we know, there was no one else in the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. Who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone doesn't mean we can be sure nobody else was present. Sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Cause, ma'am, precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. Wait, what? We have two very reliable witnesses, no less. Typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. No witnesses now. You know, nowadays, nowadays there's cameras everywhere. You probably would not get away with it. I forgot how many cameras Britain has now. Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. It's a copper from Scotland Yard. Yeah, I don't know how many cameras they have, but I'm assuming like trying to stab someone in the street like this is impossible now. Policeman, that might change things. This policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked. Not peculiar about that, man. Part and parcel of being a bobby, catching and banging the act and all that. I think it might be possible for us to ask policemen a few questions. Be my guest, you can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh, no doubt he'd be summoned as a witness. I'll give you something to look forward to. That's not that. He got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. Policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, it's one this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial statement, it could have warned me of that too. And one more thing, Inspector. What? Person who led you to the suspect? I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Something I said, the color has drained from his cheeks. Who did you hear that name from? Oh well, it's Mr. Natsume mentioned it. He said Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. Sure, as a result of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle. It's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh, I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting compressor rubbish before you know it. Claims to have solved the case. Give me some of those fries. This is quite astounding, isn't he? He's a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gobble. I've seen this before. Oh yes, that's Rent's magazine. Wonderful publication adventures Sherlock Holmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several yards of detectives in its stories. So-called great detective makes mockery of all of us. If you might ask anyone to the yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tell-it-all. Well, I suppose there is an element to that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only be front by the public thanks to the obnoxious detective. Man's as dangerous to us as Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Play a great detective and please have a complex relationship. It's also weird, the buildings, because the buildings like don't technically look too different from some of the buildings we have nowadays. So I don't know when all the architecture of Britain changed, but I'm assuming a lot of the buildings actually do or don't seem too ancient or whatever. Twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Gonna defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I'll just say this. No London oil so would touch that case with a barge pole. Yeah, maybe Bricks OP. Has the prosecution being hounded by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? No way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It's all a bit strange, though. Sorry, the Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Yes, we did hear some of that effect. Only people usually buzz with a real scum. Master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals. The violent ones. That's right, he handpicks his victims. Only doers and those guaranteed to get to the gallows for their sins. Mr. Natsumi wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely. That's just my point, sunshine. The young one was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. This isn't the sort of case I'd expect the Reaper to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's gotta be more to it. For some reason he's taken an interest. Really, what sort of reason, Inspector? Think I can tell you what's going on inside the head of the Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself. Tomorrow's trial, we're really gonna have to face the Reaper again. Lord of Darkness, as he put it. Well, don't think we're gonna get any more useful information out of the detective. Sorry. Naruto, can I make a suggestion? Yes, what is it? Well, it seems to me we must speak with him about this. Whom do you mean? Sholmes. Yes, Sherlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. Can't wait, can you? Well, Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all this, did he? Yes, he did. He really did. Like someone involved party in the case. Are you gonna ignore that? I hope not. Okay, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. Trouble is, we have no idea what the man's address even now. Baker Street. How do you know that? In the stores, of course. 221B Baker Street, most famous address in the world. Let me see, well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. Find our way there before Susato gets any more excited and predictable. Now, summon a carriage. So a reunion already with the great detective Sherlock Holmes. New location, sweet. Yeah, see, it doesn't look too different. I guess it was already seemingly modernized in the early 1900s. I don't know what the buildings looked like before the Industrial Revolution.
It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day.
Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Well, this is after the Industrial Revolution. I'm just asking, like, when they started making houses like this, because, yeah, like, these buildings would look still modern nowadays. So I guess their techniques were already doing pretty well, even in the 1900s. Sholmes is sweet. Is it 1800s they started making that style? Because, yeah, because I'm assuming a lot of their buildings actually are old. This is what a great detective makes us live in. It feels surreal to be here somehow. They can't all be bombed, damn you. They didn't firebomb them back, and I'm assuming the RAF shot a lot of them down. Scrapped in the stories, Mr. Sato. Sato-san. Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. No, I suppose they must have been, yes. I read the story, it's hard to get quite excited about it as she seems to be. Detective chases a villain relentlessly as it disappears in the fog down an unlit London street. Thrill of it, the romanticism, hitting for your heart, thumping in your chest. Hey, Mr. Naruto, I suppose I can, yes. You don't mind? Stand there and soak up the atmosphere a while longer. Please don't mind me. Ah, she's obsessed. It looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Is anybody home? We have a visitor. There's an accolade here. I haven't actually inspected almost any players. I think the reason why this game's faster than the other ones is I haven't been looking at every object. New case for Mr. Sholmes. Hello. Wait, aren't you? Rude to me, I'll go and make some tea at once. Sure, it's the same girl. Sada, do you see the girl who's just here? Yes, isn't it truly extraordinary? And the King of Bohemia came in his very room and asked Mr. Sholmes to take on this case. King of Bavaria? King Wilhelm Gotthard Sigismund von Ornstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures Herlock Sholmes from one look over there. Tea's brewed, I have a freshly baked cake as well. It's you. I knew it. Saturn recognizes her too. There you are. That's another flashback. Boom, 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 yada, yada. Ah, yeah. Okay, next. Approaching up the end of Miss Go to try to defend the sanitary. Never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Or you having to get straight to work when you only just arrived in London. Yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea, it's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. She's supposed to look that color. I want a frightening yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. Must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. You're to defend the Japanese men. Do wish you lots of luck. Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Hurley. Sholmes to you, surely. Mr. Sholmes, fellow passenger in the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. But Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after chat, and only briefly at that. I wonder did she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, you think? Perhaps more to the point. Why is she here with Mr. Sholmes' suite? Silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? Great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Live here together with Hurley. Iris is it? What a lovely name. What's the matter? Oh wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Ira Wilson? It's a matter of Sasato-san, why is she so flustered all of a sudden? That's right, what are your names? So, I'm I'm Ryunosuke Naruto, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. Naruto is Jujutsu assistant Seto Mokutobo. Wonderful to meet you. 10. Author of a popular series of short stories. Lovely, Susie and Runa. Got it. Susie, Runa. No more to this girl that meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. You said there's an accolade. I don't even know what accolades are for. Yeah, I think I've been moving faster through the game because I don't actually look at stuff. Like I just skip line. I do like this fireplace, one of the best things I've seen throughout the country. In fact, never sat and watch the flames so can dance look great. J-Rob's gonna start with my 17 months. Yeah, it's useless achievements. Okay, so relaxing. Can't last time when there's so many interesting things on the metal piece. Well, it's just as described in the stories. It is. Yes, exactly. Inside that Persian slipper, for example, are my chocolates for 11 Z's. Answered by the large jackknife is my shop in the supermarket. No, it's not quite. I'll remember it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Rosato-san looks crushed. Seeing pictures of Western musical instruments like this called a violin, isn't it? Of course it is. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing. Really, absolutely. It's often explained in stories. Inspiration, Mr. Naruto, inspirational. He really started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument. What the hell did they have in Japan, though? I know they're a closed off a bit, but geez. Like, what the hell did they have? If they didn't have, like, Mozart's or Bach's or whatever, Beethoven's, what the hell was going on? Shame you couldn't bring a few to London. Yeah, was it mostly flutes? Okay, well. That was B when I asked if he could buy me one. After a while we asked if he could only practice when he was out of the house. That's merely an ornament in my room. There we go, must have been an awkward conversation. Iris. Iris 0. Odd one. That was I forgot what happened by the end of Iris 0. I think the first arc was good, but then it got worse and worse. It was you we ran into yesterday, wasn't it, at the Old Bailey? That's right, you were so helpful. Thank you so much. I don't know, I'm sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Iris 0 some manga. I think where everyone has a special ability or something stupid. At a time I'd rather to have a large gun pointed at us. Yes, Iris is a Mega Man character. Iris is... Wasn't there another person called Iris, the girlfriend? In 3? I forgot. Yeah, they love the name Iris, I guess. Like this. Thinking back now, you left Mr. Stratton Toad, didn't you? Yeah, they love the word. Yeah, they love the Iris. Okay, it was Iris. Yeah, so there's 2 Irises alone in this damn series, and then Capcom has Iris in Mega Man twice. Okay, yeah. Yeah, this is Capcom. Yeah. So Iris is used constantly in Capcom. Okay. Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny. Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. Very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly, so I followed her, you see? Get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my invention. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that. Apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, your technician. Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley. Yes, Herlock Sholmes, we live here together. I had no idea the great detective was such a interesting young daughter. Daughter, not likely, what? Wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes' Dwowmunkus? Well, I expect you found out lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. Solutions that share the cost of a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? Hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? I 10 last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Well. Oh no, they're not around. Well. I see. I wonder what the story is there. Yes, there's something I must ask you. Okay, later, terms. Of course, go ahead, Susie. Very great fan of the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and you have a copy of Rent's magazine. Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. So excited. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories. That's right, Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, see, and he tells me all about them. And they are quite fascinating. Be a shame if I was the one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land, so I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author. Yes, I'll let you on a secret if you like. I'm gonna call this latest adventure the Speckled Band. Speckled Band, that's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the fat kids exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license justified making more thrilling, I think, don't you? Oh, so do you mean to say? Stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in a Rent's magazine. All written by me, yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read were written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Such a sounds getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson, but what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too, I'm a doctor of medicine. No, 10 years old. 10 years old, well, that's quite incredible. But Dr. Wilson's the English gentleman. Ah, yes, terrible tragedy. I did alter the setting slightly for the story to be more compelling. Oh. Sounds a little strange, doesn't it? Great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. It's so easy, just get a degree at 10 years old. You guys are all bums. Suppose it does, yes. Poor Sadra Sun looks her whole world just falling apart. Not before. Yes, what's in your mind, Bruno? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How do you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course, I'd be delighted, although there's really no mystery now. Let's begin, Dwell. Iris Wilson's proud to present. Her logic and reason is spectacular. First of all, I knew already you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. You also said we'd only just arrived in London. How do you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protrude from your breast pocket. Oh. Reasonably confident that you must only have just arrived in the country. Top of that, you accepted a case against a particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. Reaper of the Bailey, I walked right into that one, didn't I? What the fuck? So stupid. Notice a red ink stamp in her hand. She hasn't gone to the washroom. You were given that when you visited a local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Oh, never mind. Oh. You use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. That stamp's only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you'd only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, two of you already caused a visit of a foreign inmate in a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. How could you have known the trial's tomorrow? I haven't barely been at home a few hours yesterday. Hurley solved yet another case. Obviously amused him. Told me he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. Japanese man, well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Haruna has that fancy Japanese sword. I think your outfit's called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. Two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. There was only one conclusion these facts could lead me to. Both came here to ask Hurley about the case. On the mantelpiece says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Well, he's always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know, he's silly. That's all there is to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. She just destroyed us. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to discern something in Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. Really very good news. Tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please. Yes, sir, Mr. Sholmes appended a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. Police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. Great detectives, popular man, it seemed. Apparently one was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. I really want to see how big this chick is. That's what I'm waiting for. Witnesses seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man run away from the scene. Short, shifty-looking, stooped man. It's not assuming beyond any doubt. So Seki-san said he didn't see anyone else on the street at all. Seems there are witnesses after all. Hurley used his great detective powers to determine the man's address. There was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivered in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did. He's a great detective. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow's too soon for a trial, isn't it? Definitely, I'll have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says London's ripe for crime. Scotland Yard's doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I didn't realize the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. It's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. It's been very informative. You're most welcome. It's so much fun. You happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment. Apollo had Emma, then they had what's that other girl? Athena, and then was it Maya hung out? Yeah, it was Maya, and Maya was in the next one. Okay. As you guys like to ask him some question about the case as well. Oh well. Expect Hurley's still investigating the scene. Case involved Mr. Natsume, I mean. Yes, Mr. Natsume. Hurley said he was getting into the man's lodgings. See, now you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? I happened to come across a detective by the name of Gregson who knew they were there. You know Inspector Gregson? Goody, in that case. Give Gregsy this from me, would you? To do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? 5 shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Iris' postcard has been entered into the court record. Please tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. I shall make the inspector help us with it. Thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript in the speckled band. I'll be making more special blends of tea. Come back again soon. Delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Oh, back to the scene of the crime. Yay, needle pump. Alright. So it's somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. Headed back to seeing if I was curious to know one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. February, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road. Lots of police are still here carrying on their investigation. Perfect, let's find Inspector Grayson as quickly as possible. Yes, let's see if he'll take a break from his chips. Look at that silver tip I escaped for him. So handwriting's adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Trust that won't be a problem. Yes, handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. Sure, it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruto. I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it. Don't think I'll make him munch pipe and hot chips until steam comes out of his ears, will you? I don't want to be an entirely terrible outcome. You guys love presenting your shitty armband. Inspector Gregson, could I show you this? I'm supposed to know what that is. I've never seen that insignia before. It's worn by defense lawyers in the Empire of Japan, symbol of their profession. In other words, it's worthless trinket here in Great Britain. No, it's very important to me. It shows my spirit. English gentleman keeps things like his spirit very much to himself, I'll have you know. English indifference, is that English racial trait? What the? Don't give up, Mr. Naruto. It's too late. He's crushed my spirit. What does the power of indifference? Inspector Grayson, do you have a moment? Sorry, say I don't. I'm very busy, man. What to the power of the English? Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. Present from Miss Iris Watson. What? For me from her ladyship. Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? A silver crown, obviously. Not more than that, it's well. Her appearance fee, that's what it is. Appearance fee. Oh, I see. You mean. Sure, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, of course, I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. Sorry, Inspector, that must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then? Sorry. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Obviously not a problem. Fire away, what do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector. I'd like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. I had a low knife-wielding mustached Japanese fellow. Lives in a right old hovel just over there, look. Oh. First floor out in the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up. It's nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, landlord's a Mr. John Girdib. Right, well, if you see her again, make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it, you tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes, don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. Long live her ladyship. I mean, you guys complain about everything, like, Gumshoe like barely has money for ramen, and you guys are like, that's too much food, as you slap his ramen away. Pepe hence his bowl ramen. Then when this guy eats, you guys are like, nope, doesn't deserve food. Poor Gumshoe, couldn't even afford ramen. So I just want to know before he left. Then shall we go and see what we can find in Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. Bowl ramen. Bowl ramen doesn't cost shit, or at least cup ramen, whatever you want to call it. It's like one of the cheapest things ever. I'm assuming there's 0 nutrients in it. It's literally one of the cheapest things in Walmart. Bowl ramen or cup ramen. He was trying to turn this around like about 35 months. It's like 10 cents a fucking cup. Oh, look at him. He's so rich. Oh, look at Mr. Moneybags here. It's like 10 cents. Yeah, a cup. It's fucking insanely low priced. I'm assuming, yeah. I don't know. There must be 0 nutrients in it. Yeah, cup noodles are bizarre. May I help you? Yes, this be the residence of Mr. John Giradeb. Indeed it would, sir, and who may I say is calling? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, Naruhodo's representing Soseki Natsume, I believe. Takes lodgings here. Very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Giradeb. You see that, Mr. Misato? Real-life English maid. I know, as I understand, anyone to stand next to English society employs a number of household staff. First time I've ever seen one in the flesh, so this day keeps getting better. So it feels like we arrived now, doesn't it? How did you get a cannon inside this flat? You only meet a butler and the experience will be complete. I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting, Miss Giradeb. We'll see you now, this way. Villain. I'm not a villain. I didn't throw a dagger. Good day to you, John Giradeb at your service. Please meet you, sir. Is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Oh, excuse me, not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Meiwan, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains at the withdrawal from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. Tired soldier. Hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell. You don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yeah, it's quite a climb out here to the 2nd floor, isn't it? It's pen at the top of the stairs. Must really take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Mr. Giradeb, no doubt you're very courageous in yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal was just a fodder roll, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though. Grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan, fetch the... Ah, Jesus! Dash it all, woman, be careful! Boof. Oh, Jerry, may beg your pardon, sir? You jolly near took the skin off my hands. Should be more careful, sir. Wait, is it a fake medal? And she sold it or something? There you have it, living the quiet life now. Let's see. Oh, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Yes, we're very grateful you could answer some questions for us. Only 2, please, naturally, especially if it helps keep the peace here in Blighty. Forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. Dwow, the Japanese Empire, dwow. This case very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Yeah. Even had some famous detective poke around, you know, in this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but... Copyright's magazine here, so, eh? Oh, no, Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. It's in Soseki-san's room. It's a bally nuisance, it is what it is. Whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. Don't like all this fuss, jolly unsettling. Mr. Natsume. Assuming that, Mr. Garrett, please do tell us. Yes, the Japanese chap only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week, so he moved in very recently. 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. First floor room became available a week ago, you see, there'd been... what does she know about it? Dash it all, Joan, do be careful. Oh my goodness, terribly sorry, sir. Want to know my opinion? I thought he was a shady sort the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? Seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking, looking over his shoulder. Man shed shade written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. Said to myself, Joe, in a man's trouble, sooner or later he's gonna do something untoward. I'm rarely wrong about anything. Collins made as a witness, that's for sure. Anything else that struck you suspicious about the man at all? Yes, indeed there was, and she's dying to tell us. You notice anything else about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? My word, yes, the man was shaded in an orchard. Could you elaborate? I'll take the man's room, absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. Never so much passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. Trots off to that old bookshop every single day, comes out at 5 to light the gas fire. Funny little man is up to the past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Oh, I see. Gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 of each night. Never known that Japanese fellow retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Could you clarify something, I wonder? I pray. How do you know much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh. I understand neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct? That's right, yes, they're both below us. First floor and street level. How is it you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? Precise times they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. Well. Jesus. Good grief, Joan, be careful, woman! Duh. You're useless, woman! Goodness, sir, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. Seems the incident took place around 5 in the evening. You happen to look out of the window at around that time. Oh, the window! Yes, we noticed the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock was dinner time in the Girdeb house, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir, it had been a dusk outside already at that hour. Fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the side of the road. Oh, I see. I was saying anything else out of the ordinary then. Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Oh, well. Yes, something then. Nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time in the year there. Jesus. Fuck this bitch, can we just interview her? Good God, Joan, watch what you're doing. Dearie me, what have I done? Awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. I made Mr. Naruholo. Yes, yes. I have exceedingly good memory as far as I remember. Nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Fuck this bitch. Alright, get her on the stand and hang her. Oh, really, Mr. Garrett? What you were talking about, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, I was saying it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing of a... Don't dash out what's the matter with you, woman. Begging your pardon, can we just stab her, damn you? Nothing happened? Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garrett. What is the matter with these two? Thought something happened here in this room in the evening of the incident, but what? Wish I knew. Tell us which floor Mr. Natsume is on. Certainly, just below us on the first floor. Someone's investigating there even as we speak. Yeah, told to be Nat's his name. Asked him to look in the matter. I gave him the key. Somebody's engaged Mr. Sholmes' services. It's a blatant lie. So one sec, alright. It'll be alright if I had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Oh, don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. Get all the clues we lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, speaking with Mr. Sholmes again, perhaps he will tell us more. Here we go. Kitty. Look at this. This is a fire hazard. Christ. Why does a window peer out towards a brick wall? Listen, I suppose the mountain of old books are responsible for that. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. Not me neither. So dark in here too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, yes. Once upon a time. For some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. Mr. Natsume lives. By the way. Haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? Oh, that's true. According to what Mr. Garrett told us, great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Kitty. Yay. No, okay, you come back. Why does everything hate me, Pepe Hens? Why do all the animals hate me? Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master's away. I don't know about that. He disappeared in a pile of books quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mickey, wasn't it? You even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain. Perhaps it's not something brought the little creature with him from Japan. I may feel homesick now. But they've only been in the country 2 days. Wow, fire hazard. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach to the ceiling. All works of English literature. They all smell so musty with those volume books in hand. You'd never be short of reading material, would you? Oh, what a dreamy idea. Imagine having no internet, video games, TV, anything. You're forced to read books. Bad dream maybe for me. Mind you, I don't imagine a book that's at the bottom of the pile and will ever be read again. This reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. Certainly didn't expect a conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony. Philosophy. I mean, I don't get it. What would a poor person do that's illiterate back in the day? If you can't read, what the hell do you do? Aside from bang and, I guess, drink. Because, yeah, if you're illiterate, you lose out on so many things if you can't read. Yeah, fat. Because, yeah, being illiterate is rough. Like, imagine today, nowadays, if you were illiterate. You'd be locked out of so many activities. I don't want to go to the damn mines. There's some sort of meter on the wall here. It's very robust. I know it's for the stuff from certain coins here too. Yeah, it's a gas meter. It's been an hour to a gas meter. It seems there's a piped gas in this district which consumers pay by putting coins in the meter. Poggers! Put a point in the slot. That would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas for the whole night. Pour it off a coin, you have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold. That's right, what it is with a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. London's a scary place. Look, it's a beckoning cat from home. Bit big and bulky. Sure, Mr. Natsumi didn't bring that mannequin neck all the way from Japan with him. I really think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruto. Are you forgetting the enormous diorama doll you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous to travel abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Imagine Mr. Natsumi wanted the same, and this cat's sure to beckon good luck to him. Not doing a very good job so far, is it? Doesn't say such things, didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Death seems to be wedged in the crevice between the mountains and books on either side. I suppose Natsumi would sit there and read while stroking his cat. Surrounded on all sides by these towering oak tools, surely he dreamt the books every night as well. Yes, he must have done. Mustn't he? Oh, what's this? Receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your Books. Mr. Natsumi's name's on it, look. Date of purchase, 2 days ago, 4:45 p.m. The day of the incident. Just a short while before he was embroiled in a terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Second-hand book receipt is in the court record. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. Yes, paper. Notes scrawled all of them in English. Looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out. The master must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? No, or deeply averse to tidying up this mess. Wouldn't I speculate which is closer to the truth? You can call this a window. Think so. It was a window at one time after all, although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. At least just a wall then, isn't it? Why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'd have no idea. Perhaps Mr. Natsumi painted the brick design in a fit of whimsy. That's alarmingly feasible. And whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. Fucker. Oh, it's because the trigger was to take this or grab this and it would appear. Okay. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, there he is. Where did he appear from? Seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book.
I'm ready.
We don't mind if we disturb him. Sorrow Gaming, Summer Crank, 40 months. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. You two, good day. Let me see, where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you got on the SS Beria. Of course, the Beria. Let me see what happened on that voyage. Kazuma Sogi, he died tragically. You were a great help to us. We hung a 15-year-old. Damn you people. Ah, yes, but of course, guess Mr. Sogi. It was one of the snake, wasn't it? Oh, well, you seem to remember something of it at least. Damn you people. You would have hung Boo Radley and you would have hung the cat. You guys all suck. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr. Oh, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I myself and my superior powers of recollection, your names are safely recorded in my brain Atticus Mind Palace. Naruto. Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first one. You guys are making it sound like that ballerina is some evil super criminal mastermind who had to be stopped before she pushes everyone. She could have pushed me, sir. Off of her head, I say. Could have been me being pushed. Damn you people. Could have been anyone. She could have pushed anyone, sir. Think about it. She's a serial killer. She could have pushed so many people. Monkeys. Push. She's pushing everyone. Alright, I lose first round. Hide your kids, hide your wife. This serial killer ballerina pusher is here. Sure, if I don't, they invite both of you to my Baker Street suite since the day we left in London. Some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station, whisked me away to a crime scene. Entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. I apprehended Saseki-san in that short of an amount of time. Afraid the pursuance of the new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. Mistake to think one's brain attic as elastic walls can extend any extent. Do my best to forget useless facts, let's say elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure titled Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. Don't always remember my prose wisdom. Unfortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. It means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what a nervous expression. Dear madam, I should only be too pleased, and this murky room's an apt place to discuss a murky case. Must be allowed into the Japanese foreign super name, so second Natsume. It seems you assisted him in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. Summoned a young woman out here in Briar Road. Yes, I believe was a name rather along those lines. Not too many denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest one so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Sano, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? Can't believe he's looking Mr. Sano, son squirreling at feigning ignorance. I assure you I'm not really feigning ignorance. It appears that the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, no. Sure, you have no real recollection of accusing your astute compatriot of the crime. Doesn't make sense. Good Detective Scotland Yard made the following request, may I quote verbatim. I need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of man seen fleeing the crime scene. Man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered in the pavement on the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop which had been purchased. Speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? Can't believe there's a receipt around here somewhere of the establishment in question. Why do you think you don't think Mr. Natsume is a culprit then? That I could not tell you, but it was aggravating my faculties, and so I returned here. How did I display such a trove of fascinating books? Found myself quite lost in Briglefully. I'll be deceived and believe I'm a man of leisure. No. Oh dear. Garadeb. I hate Garadeb. Garadeb's probably going to be the lamer of this case. Countered the landlord of these lodgings. Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. It was the first time I ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution as in the services. First time I ever met a maid from the Great British Institution at his service. Oh, didn't think it was that funny. Do apologize, as you may be well aware. Many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. So, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to be token social standard of those dwelling there, and token their social standard, Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelon society, of course, households employed enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, what extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of first importance. I had no idea. Precisely for that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs, specifically in the retired Army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh. Fearful as he is, my fellows hiding something. Whether or not I'm posted on the circumstances of this case, I'm unable to ascertain. So I lost what he means to say. Dingy room. It's thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. It's true, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab someone sooner or later. So may I stab no one. But sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see there was a window of sorts. Completely blocked with bricks. I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax. What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness. but relatively recently a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means have inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly closed windows out. Damn window tax. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, efforts to curry favor of those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful. Unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. Legacy remains, as you can see, squalid legends such as these, for example. Bosmer Satsume's stipend for living here in London is very generous, perhaps. You yourself done little digging. Discovered that these legends were offered at an extraordinary low price. This room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Miss Satsume only moved here about 1 week ago, yes. It's correct, and you already put all these books here, however. I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention. Sure, I'm curious now. I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruto. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? Remember that, didn't you? Perhaps be offering your services in a very matter, I wonder. The occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? Not sure. Not sure on what grounds. I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on ambition realized it so promptly too. Thing is, now that made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients, to trust in their innocence? He was innocent. What a good guy. Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? Ah, dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. That's why you were here. Why didn't you come back to investigate? Yes, it was indeed my initial intention. There are simply too many fascinating books here. Couldn't possibly ignore them. I see. But alas, there are two facts I can state quite unequivocally. Men who fled the scene of crime 2 days ago is the Japanese occupant of the room, and witnesses who swear have seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. One more thing. What does it Mr. Sholmes tell us? I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is relevant to this case, but I'm quite sure. A tired army man who owns his property is hiding something. Garadeb is. Mr. Sholmes says much before yesterday. At present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Harder and yet our investigation occurred enough to make a conversation with Natsume's innocence. You're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Garadeb's secret. Remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be relevant or not. Wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruto. Okay. We're finally doing a real investigation. Gone back in his book corner of the room. What's that spill on the carpet? With a rip in the carpet. You pair again. I hate these two. Talbot was a detective chap, I forget his name. Still hard at work down there. Sherlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Well, a cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what should you bally well done? I'll be serving dinner shortly, sir. Oh, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me. I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. I'm grateful for your assistance. Oh, no, man, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Jones, Miss Garrett is hiding something. Since no other avenues of investigation seem open in the months, perhaps we should do some digging. What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes. We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, why did you sneak in here? Sherlock Sholmes at your service. What are you doing over by the window? Given a watch over the evening sky as the sun sets, madam, yet sadly cheerful as the room is downstairs under Belize, lacks the aperture for such an observation. Take the liberty of borrowing a small corner space by the window up here. Well, around one's windows at less prudent than they do in London, I'm gathering. One other thing, Mr. Naruto. Perhaps you might be in need. Certain great detectives, great mind. But he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Give me Mr. Sholmes. There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. Thing in the bottom right. Take your repair, Mr. Naruto, I think so. It is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Gardev, though it seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. Afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I'm able to draw by careful observation of living arrangements. Beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. The second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you've lost something very dear to you. Naruto, look. Old man's broken out of a cold sweat. Unbelievable. It seems that Jones' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For the dense jungle of logic and reason, I'm the king of beasts. And I know only two wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes proud to present this logic and reason is spectacular. Certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see. Here some beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Once we're faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. A furtive glance, Miss Garrett, leads directly to the answer. True nature of the beast as years revealed by the lion statue. You're an army man, you appear unimposing at best. Fantas fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, king of beast. Who does this piffle ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? He has a slap on his face, what the fuck? But living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you imagined. Chilling traces of wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, you look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam, I pray you have not considered me unchivalrous, but it's plain to me with one glance of your discretion. Yes. First pocket gives us a handsome clue of the beast's current whereabouts. Protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garrett. Body Circus. Traveling show currently stored in a nearby park. So it's savage license, sir, just to the circus troupe. Although Soline did not. I believe I've made my point. Pearson Beach ran amok in this room, Indian line. Some visit to circus now reveal the line practicing jubilantly through Ring of Fire. Mr. Garrett, plainly clear, you still have a deep feelings for this formidable beast. You not both pose a distress loss cause rarely tangible. Head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. It fits the tears you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... We must now ask ourselves the true cause of this pain. You don't only follow the direction your gaze finds the answer. This pile of bills has given rise to the pain you suffer everywhere. The envelope contains another demand for payment. Carloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved is such a devastating impact on the financial circumstance of your household. So you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well. Final fit of rage, ferocious beasts carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable. An aftermath which can clearly see by observing the carpet over there. Very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Dearie me, what could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Wonder and I settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Explain the dynasty of the carpet only look top of the case. A creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with unsatiated appetite. The words are not said by a certain nobleman. If they have no bread, let them eat cake. Nom nom nom. I love cake though. Food is the heart of all tragedy, in fact. What do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. Sure, I need not spell out the nature of this final destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Lurching into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match for those of a lion I once saw in India. But I like cake though. Marie Antoinette was only thinking about us, damn you rich people could never be evil. Give me some of that. That concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Let us have cake, friends. Yay. This bitch had fire ass, but sir. I hate it because they're spilling all that tea. What's the matter with you? Pouring Scott Horn tea. I'm sorry, I'm scared of. If I didn't notice. Directions can be startlingly sharp, since the reason your cup runneth over. Gee, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Sholmes very sort of butting again. Could I make an observation? Listen, Miss Narda, what is it? Deductions just now. You really think a lion gonna fit inside the room of this size? Indeed, is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realm's common sense. It would be an idea to consider what lies inside the realm's constant well. And tragically, I had run amok in this very room. Surely Mr. Garrett Evans may would have been hurt, or worse. That's where you were stuck. Not had a former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus. What about the food? Potatoes are one thing. Don't believe in. Ever heard of a lion that drinks tea? Oh my dear, Sato occurs to me with great regularity. Same irrespective of race, breed, and whatever. Anyone who lands on Great British soil. Views of highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Come on. Glorious notion. The Master Nardo. Let's try to turn to shine. Alright, the female's gone. Slight massage, all Mr. Sholmes' ducks need. Yes, I've been waiting for my trusted partner in introduction step forward, Mr. Naruto. Don't even know yet whether or not this is gonna help with Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth's always worthwhile. Whatever, more of this shit. At least that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Sherlock Holmes' logic and reasoning is spectacular. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. So I shouldn't take a great detective to see. Serious and Beast's been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Let's face the question, what form might the Beast take? Man of military breed and your eyes are uncommonly candid. The glass Fitzgerald is direct to the answer. Each of the beasts run around with ears read by a lion statue. Really didn't see the lion thing coming, no, but if you observe Mr. Garredeb's reaction, it rather seems as though the beast did indeed run amok here in this room. He has something of a very fierce nature. Couldn't have been a lion transported from India, what was that? Follow Mr. Garredeb's gaze. Is this to the true answer? These are shells with a cannon on it. What a strange place to keep them. Imagine it has some significance, Mr. Garredeb, from his time in the army. What was mentioned in battle to us before today? Remember he said he'd been shot in the knee, perhaps one of those at him. Around that size hit his knee, there'd be nothing left of a Garredeb for that matter. Sholmes' Persian slipper. Spent his spent shells, brought his customary British display out, rubbish on the mantelpiece. Child. This is what appears to be from Mr. Garredeb's wedding. He's very happy, doesn't he? Oh, it's a wife. He does, but he can't make out his bride. How unfortunate. Someone must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder if what happened. There's something to go up too deeply there. Is she that fat? Let's see. Yeah, it could be the victim, but I guess we'll see. So when perhaps he did live with a lion, it would prove to be a rather sweet companion. I think that's like a mouse trying to tell its family the cat around the house is sweet. Bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it, anyway? The beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. It's really this we're looking at.
Take that!
Oh. And a line such in a mantelpiece almost deliberately hidden from you as a photograph. No, I've yet to examine in detail as to holds the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruto? Just following the natural progression of deduction. Sometimes truth hurts, while the truth is to have a turn for observation or deduction. Did that hurt? Yes, a lot. I thought it was an advanced technique. Well, what he knows some certainty is that his destructive creature didn't work in this room. Garredeb inadvertently looked in the direction of someone that gives his identity away. I escaped thoroughly now. I want to find the answer. What did Garredeb turn to look at? Some here. I need to find it. else up here?
Take that!
What else is up here? Beasts that tourists are apart as these shells. If their butter wouldn't melt to accomplish the cannon, war is good for nothing. It brings only destruction. Something we must all strive to understand. Presley, okay, yes, terrible tragedy. Don't take my points away. Fuck, there we go.
Take that!
True nature of the beasts that run rampant here is revealed by a newlywed bride. Sasuke and Naruto, no occupation could possibly fit. Nah, I didn't look at chat, but there was like nothing else there. Frame print pictures your wife, Mr. Gyaradev. While we lament the fact that her face is obscured, probably the fat woman that got stabbed, we can make out her mighty arms and note considerable horsepower they must contain. Jesus! That's one way. Surely any woman with such powerful constitution will be honored to be described as a beast. Good God, men got, sir? What is that woman? Honored might be stretching a point. The beast. Too late, the fact remains that the beast, which so clearly Savage's room, was your wife, Mr. Gyaradev. Yeah, there's a slap on his face. Chilling traits of wild rampage is so very much in evidence way. As we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me, I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but plain to me one glance in your direction it is. Your dress pump gives me handsome clues with the current whereabouts. Beast's current whereabouts. Poor fragile defensive one's beside herself. Well, don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Shulman's quite right. There's no sign of a Mr. Gyaradev everywhere. Seems there may be clues to whereabouts. Who that this maid's trying to hide. I don't know where Mr. Gyarade's wife could be. She's wearing a very large ring lock, yes, sunflower design with some other nice embellishments. It's the ring finger of her left hand, which means surely a wedding ring. Looks like it's on there for life too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size. Oh, come on. That's something to think, Mr. Naruto, not to say. Do you know Mr. Gyarade's wife in the photograph had a very ring, very much like this one's large sunflower design as well. Really have a great memory for these things. Large sunflower wedding ring. Quite a coincidence that you have the same ring, isn't it?
Take that!
Learning gives the handsome clues of Beast's current whereabouts. The Beast. Indeed it does. The flowery band gleaming on your finger gives it away. The Beast. Stop it, sir. It is identical to one shown in the hand of Mr. Gyarade's bride in his photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You're Mr. Gyarade's lucky bride. You are Miss Gyaradev herself. Oh my word. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you raise surmise, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she has a bally corker back. May have let herself go slightly. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable circumstances. Well, you're a retired army man, yet you're in the business of renting out rooms. Disc. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? Like all this sort of thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. Also, it cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. In my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garrideb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely, am I right, Mr. Garrideb? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Top secret, please. The Beast. Raging wife of Mr. Garrideb. The Beast. Sir, she's a human being. The Beast! Carpet gnawed by the starving lion. No, Mr. Garrideb. It's plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress is also causing very tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Well, it's quite something. You still call Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. Mr. Garrideb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? All true. That's what supporting arm seems to be propping up his head. Or some other significance, and according to Mrs. Holmes, Miss Garrideb's pain is tangible, though. Pose this really signify? Damn, I'm looking at the rest of this room for once. I just wanted to see the rest of the room. Alright, whatever, we'll just skip the slab. Wow, look at the bright red on the beast. Gosh, quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garrideb has been slapped on the face, it seems hard, and it seems a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, say. The beast.
Take that!
Jesus, the beast. Sorry, wait, hey, it's heavy on your shoulders, pain you feel. Being revealed by that slapped cheek. The beast, what a beast, sir. Of course, to deliver the impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garrideb? Oh, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ugh. Oh, the blazes. How'd you work that out, man? Nothing escapes to notice one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. Keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subject to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garrideb to fly into a rage, what caused the beast. We'll need to follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, this pile of bills given rise to pain you suffer. I'm gonna look at the trash can. Come on, you numbskull. Did Mr. Sholmes say the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established the lion never existed. Maybe the beast ate all the food, which only means the thing responsible goblin for all the food was Mr. Garrideb. So I've narrowed her. She's a person, not a thing. She's a beast, damn you! She's a beast! Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. Once so hard, left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'll have to know the answer to that question. Beast, sir? How's that? Oh. So I must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. This Garrideb's clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks made of lipstick. Oh, what a passionate romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas to set us on. Oh dear, I'm sorry. This bookmark is actually a love note then. Huh. It's probably that, but I want to see one last thing. Oh, never mind. There's nothing else. Okay. The beast, but she... Look at those bills though! The beast! Damn you people! This love never give rise to the pain you suffer. Oh James, I love you, yours Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note is certain Miss Mary is a fly in the ointment here. Mary must be the chick that got stabbed. Is this guy like into the bigger ones, I guess? Boof. Ah. I don't know the Bali woman. I don't know her. No, it wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say. That's right, that's what I meant to say. Likely story. Listen here, Joe Note. I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place. The note must have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you've forgotten, is John. Likely story. What a bitch. Are you questioning my name now? What a bitch. Fuck this beast. She is a beast. There we have it. Around suspicions of female heart, you unleash a beast with most ferocious bite. The beast. Not a final fit of rage. A ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable. There must have been a fire there. Aftermath clearly seen observing the carpet there. Expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dear me, what could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eyes set upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, explain the dire state of the carpet when you only look at the Tower of Cakes. Alright, but surely Miss Garradab didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. There doesn't seem any doubt. The state of disarray in this room isn't a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. This is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' reduction we need to fix. You can only follow Miss Garradab's gaze. Now, tell us the real answer. It was the cake, damn you. Yes, he was right. It was the cake. Nom nom nom. The beast. Very old candlestick, doesn't it? Base looks too small, so it's very unstable. Looks to me like even the slightest knock will make it topple over. Dear, that would be dangerous. We'll take a closer look at this. Yes, it's missing one. One candle missing on the ground. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the three missing from its holder? I want to see what they say about the cakes. Ah, so many cakes. Huh. Is that all you can think about? Look at them, Mr. There's a mountain of them. They all look delicious. More of a tower than a mountain, I'd say. It's a mountain. It's my hope that one day in our very homeland, we'll be able to perform the tea ceremony at the foot of such a mountain. Definitely a tower.
Take that!
With the beast. Yes, explain the dire state of the carpet when you only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, remnants of ferocious attack which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks. It would appear that this room was in the scene of a little martial altercation. Marital, whatever. Garradab's mighty arm must have left an impression not only on husband's face, boof, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. What the? Is this like One Punch Woman or One Slap Woman? What the? The beast. And in seconds, the carpet was light the whole corner room in flames. The most ferocious beast in the world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman with fire. In this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Could I have eloquently put, my dear fellow, so you see there's but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was a scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you. He's dead, sir. Jesus, her cheeks have their own. Damn you people! Good God, men got, sir. It's these dash long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner, but I buy all my novels there. Wonder if James is a Natsume guy. Pages one particular novel discovers some rather illicit material. But your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. I don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark, and beast is most certainly an apt description. Ah, the beast! Here we go again. In the carpet. Was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. A whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. Pin torrid pictures, sir, when that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. We had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. There, Mr. Garrett. Well, do you have nothing more to hide now? You'll allow me. Jesus. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh up in smoke, gosh. Wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight I must have been. There I was back up against the window under heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. Lion's Pride, ah yes. Your notorious love of big cats coming through again. Sure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. Well, man really did lose someone dear to him as a result of ferocious beast rampage. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Oh, not sure I remember. It was 2 days ago now, let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think. It's exactly the same time as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside the window on the street below. Oh, even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. Oh, Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Is she gonna talk? Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Ardo, what can I do for you? I think we've got the bottom of Mr. Gyardev's situation now, but what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? Can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. Warned you that all I knew the retired army men hid in something. Could not be sure whether the secret proved irrelevance or not. We were gonna say that. Oh, now, Mr. Naruto, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of two categories, those relevant to the case, those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It's of far greater importance that you make up your mind now, sorry. Visit an hour at the prison will soon be over. Is this the final part before the trial? Is it time already? I'm ready to accept Mr. Natsume's case, the official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves a bitterness farewell now. Must prepare supper for Mr. Garradeb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. It's like someone will be waiting for us. Gonna have to give him an answer. Prison. Time now, I must hurry back to prison. I know. Tell care, huh? Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Gyarados house. Wow? Is he about to be thrown out the window? Game over. Oh, what the fuck? Who the fuck is this guy? Villain! I know thee not, old man, fall to thy prayers. Hey, God, old man, you rum-looking nimini pimini. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than dripped in your philosophy. Where's this Horatio, fella? Hey, what are you on about? Excuse me? Hey, what the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. My associate here, Mr. Reno Scanardo, is a lawyer, you see. Hey, lawyer, what? If you need any assistance, I'm happy to help. I'm from Japan, I've studied English law. Hey, fine, I'll be on me way for today, you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Alright. You hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was all that about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiries, sir, but are you a lodger here? In a Gyarados residence. Dear Eastern maiden, thou art so right, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. I happen to know the other lodger lives on the first floor. Ah yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy polygamist, my battle words never there could be. Is this the James? Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems that Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer, fare thee well. I don't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. Seems unaware what's happened to Mr. Natsume, he can't really help us. It's like you saw that man as lodgers, the Gyarados house is certainly full of eccentrics. Alright, go find a carriage. Yes, sure, Mr. Natsume is eagerly waiting our return so we can get to the prison before visiting hours over. When is he supposed to be a cop? Or one person was supposed to be important. I don't know if that guy cosplaying as a king is a cop, but well, local prison cell 9. Oh, it's you, you're here, you came. No, come student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Can't believe you came back, I'm so touched. So sorry that kept you waiting, Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble and nurture never fail in Nipponese. No, let's not get carried away. Quite agree, there's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Oh, it is through friendship transcendent international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. Oh, it's you! Miserable, rotten spy! Sherlock Sholmes! Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, I've encountered some curious read material in the Gloomful Room, and I haven't unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair. I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful Room. At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ugh, you! How dare you! Sherlock Sholmes. I've had it, I'm through. At the end of my rope, I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake, haunted by spirits and those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. Whole life is bed-damned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruto? You mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his legends were cursed, I mean. There is much truth. Mr. Mustache's words, what? Curse is only an appropriate description, I'd say, for the man's legends, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. Oh no, there was a murder a week ago. That's supposed to mean dwow. Was the previous occupant murdered? Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now about the trial tomorrow being cursed? What are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything of it. Oh, see? Really agitated him. You don't mean trial really is cursed somehow. I'm referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey. Reaper, no, what do you mean? Please tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived the trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution, ever. My goodness, can it really be true? That was like 16 words exactly. Yesterday, Mr. Naruto successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? I'm impressed, Mr. Sano. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that I haven't failed to have the convicted Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself. No, he couldn't have, surely. Ah, that's a wonderful notion, Sori. The man isn't a mass murderer, he's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It should be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. Oh, what on earth do you mean by that? The Reaper. Van Zieks is quite an exceptional man, however, in London courts of law. Exceptional does not equate to win in every case without exception. Ah, that's good. Sassy son looks like he's gonna cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated, right? Criminals, corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage, any means at their disposal. Driving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. Such underhanded means those who would want are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. It means a wrong verdict can be passed. Sadly, it's from time to time, my dear madam, is simply the reality of the situation, that's alright. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed, oh my. So the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear, but how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled on a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by rage and fear. Perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Terrible tragedy. Bandits everywhere. Oh no. All the examples of reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruto. Oh, I knew it. I'm a dead dodo done for doomed. The Reaper. Said a cursed lodging before. You're referring to your room at Garredeb's house, I assume. You say you believe the place is cursed. Been a year now since I came to Great Britain. Only been to London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. Didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. Always stared at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. Shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. Fear wouldn't go away. Must have been very lonely having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I had to move a number of times, most recently that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. Rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, that's why it was so affordable. Landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. Quickly he tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place." And well said. But it was true, it was all true, you mean. The room really is cursed in. Ever since I moved in that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I have awake feelings of being choked to death. In my waking hours, people are being stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. Well, branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. Only there was someone, just one person on my side. No one find it in his or her heart to believe in me. Really, no one at all. To believe, yes, to believe. Mr. Sholmes. Me, Mr. Naruto. Pray, what can I do for you? About the case on the SS Beria, if you recall. The Beria. Ah, yes, that case. The one with the snake. Yes. Time I was a suspect, but you believed in me, listened to my side of the story, and you helped us investigate. I did, didn't I? Interesting. What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me? Say yes, you mean. Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found the victim in a locked room. Yeah, well, if you like, yes. A little surprised the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. Quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you've misunderstood. I recall neither recall believing you nor in which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in, those I choose to believe in. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. Circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is no reused excuse in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is in the final analysis down to oneself. A matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, Locums, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. That's is only as good as faith in his client. You're garbage. That comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You're so right, Kazuma. Why don't you fellas tell me we're leaving, I believe, already. Visit an hour's over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. Restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'm happy to represent you. What's this music? Whoa! Hello, come student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Said I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial. What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruto. Instincts tell me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. Heard of that we proved that in court. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruto Esquire. Fight for your innocence to the bitter end with every weapon available to me. Hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruto, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. Been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Mr. Sato, yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Shocking events yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. Time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Sholmes believes in me now too. It's time that I learned to believe in myself. Seki-san has no one, he's all alone. My job to help him fight his corner. Tomorrow in the courtroom, all the strength I can muster. It's not 2 hours, yeah. We'll obviously not do much of the trial today, but weirdest thing about the investigation is we got almost no investigation stuff. Like the amount of items we got from actually investigating was like 2. What the hell? That was the evidence we got. Jeez. Damn, he's old for a guy. Look, he doesn't look like he's 46. Jeez. Also known as the Beast. Monk is not the Beast, sir. But this you'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon. I studied toward Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices in order to research the latest court procedures here. Use as much court experience as possible. Yeah, I suppose that's true. But for the person, the dog may well be as their only time in court. Could be life-changing, in which case Trina's research may seem a little crass. Or I put it like that. Or I'll probably stop once we get inside the court. We might have to stop early and just do Gensha. A better stop point. Good morning. Sume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. Early bird catches the worm this year in Britain, yes, I've heard that expression. Really don't want to catch a worm. Tired desperately not to wake up early, so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Now absolutely exhausted as a result. Well, literally people take things so literally. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. Not finishing. We haven't even started the trial. There's no way. Wish I had 9 lives, my whole future hangs about sign. You terrified to tremble. Because I can be a tremors in the floor. Can't do this, I can't take it all though. Welcome student at Art Esquire, yes. Caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. Looked like the opening night of the opera, there were so many people. No idea Mike is such a notorious fair here in London. Neither did I. Oh, why, that might be Mr. Sato. Sorry, Miss Naruto, I have no idea. Oh no, look on your face, just coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me, it's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Hey, Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Mr. Sato? Purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, yes. Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. Okay, I knew it. Soon after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Damn Reapers. Trial 2 days marked Lord Van Zeek's return to courtroom after a very long hiatus. Trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. Later, the appearance made even greater waves in the capital than today's. I would have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane, it's the most significant sight of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Miss Natsume. That is how the papers are describing it, but she's not dead yet, though. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor's caught people's attention. Found a blatant similarity with the trial 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Welcome, student Mr. Naruto Esquire. It's you. Me. Well, I suppose that's true. Both times the you stands against this legendary prosecutor. Could all mean that you're friends with the Reaper. These aren't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. Hey, there's only one other explanation. It can only be another exam, Mr. Naruto, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. It's just my luck. Why must a representative of a man with such frail fortune? Least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget. It was you, Mr. Natsume, asked me to represent you. That's true, I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skill as your luck. Promise you this. I'll fight your corner to the bitter end. I'll believe in you, Mr. Natsume. But I've a locum soon as Esquire. Okay. You're alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. What happens, I'll always be on your side. But I have a non-locum assistant, yes, Mr. Kodo Esquires. I'm in your debt forever. Never forget this great kindness as long as I live. So a counsel for the defense, or I'll probably stop here. Court session's about to begin. Can I make her in the courtroom at once? Miss Natsume, it's time. I want to see the jury. Yes. This is it. Second appearance in a British courtroom. My second trial against the Reaper. Damn Reapers. I'm watching over Kazuma because this time I won't let my faith waver and I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe we can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. That bitch is there. Oh no! That is it. Queen everybody declare this court in session. Now come on. The counsel, the prosecution, and defense declare their willingness to proceed. I want to see the jury again. Prosecution fully prepared, my lord. Defense is ready, my lord. Japanese are truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongar has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago, mere amateur. You have a point. Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Fuck you, man. Fuck you, you racist fucker! Typical Nipponese. Forgive me, I do not believe arrogance is a perfect description. Sato-san. Through our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. Tragic conclusion came later, of course. Terrible tragedy. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Terrible tragedy. Yeah, see they made. Oh wait, what the hell? They reused some of the models. The fucking bankers on the jury now. Christ, bank accounts. I see both sides are fine pedal. So the banker's there, the wife of the soldier's there. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, ready to carry your duties here in court as impartial members of the public. You never know when you might be down on your luck. I believe in fair play for everyone. You son of a bitch. I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What do you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that Mustache Foreigner did the deed. Well, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Hey, sorry, didn't quite catch that. Another old person on the 6-1. Let us proceed, alright. Opening statements, if you please, alright. I'll stop here, alright. There's probably a better place to stop, because... Alright. So... Yeah, obviously we can't do it in 21 minutes, so we'll do Genshin now then. So we'll continue this Saturday, Sunday next week. I'm assuming this game will be finished by Sunday. And then we'll be moving on to the second game of the two. But yeah, I'd say we finish this game, finish New World Ends a few, and then maybe XCOM after Shadowverse. Okay. So yeah. Well, Shadowverse in 9 days? Okay.